What's up? How we doing? Figured you guys would like that a little bit, Mo. Yeah, you knew had a little lead in to when I would actually be on the mic for live commentary for you guys here this morning. How you doing? All right. So we got a few different plays here. I think Alms is going to be your best bet for now. That does at least seem to have the mob. Just going across the board there. Alms, CYCN, EVTV. That's nice. That's a super small cap. We have AEVA popping up a little bit. AZI popping up. Nothing too great. We got a lot of fish hooky plays that look like CYCN. That would be AEVA, the AVA play, and the AZI play. So we'll go through these all together with you right here, right now. Let's go over to the morning alerts. What's up, fam? Here we go. Here we are. It is Taco Tuesday. We have Alms up this morning, CYCN, IMSR, AZI, and AEVA. Those are your main new movers from this either in after hours through today or, of course, today. Right now, your best top mover is Alms. Nothing's really built up staircase. I think IMSR is going to be your best one that for bounce play potential. I'm still waiting to get a clear-cut where I feel a bounce play is going to be at for Alms. It's just not built up anything that I'm in love with. Of course, we know, and like I talked about to you guys, wait for after the market opens. We'll find the move. You know, we'll find a bounce play. And then use it like we did yesterday. I think it was with INBS, where we have a runner that comes after the opening bell and holds up all day long. Well, I'd say for the most part. Where is INBS this morning, by the way? INBS. Well, if I get rid of the slash sign, that might pop up. Okay, so we're still around. And I talked about this on the live stream yesterday, how 1020 was super key with it, but you get my point. Wait for after the opening bell here. We'll find a good trade or setup. Most likely there'll be something that runs after the opening bell we're not looking at right now. Let's break down the plays we are, though. We'll start with the number one top gainer and Alms, ALMS. This is at all-time highs right now. I've already went back and looked before I got on the live stream. So right now, we're kind of running into some 18 to around 1820 resistance area. Over that, watch for a pop into 1920. Essentially, 1875 roll to 1920 is going to get seen again. Once we move over 1820, it's going to have a quick little pop and surge. Now, here's the thing on the way down. We are forming at least little micro staircases. You know, we have one from around 36 after into around 44 after. Now we're building one from 44 after into 50 after. We had one previously from 25 after until that pop at 36 after. So we have three small, like, really tight flags on the way up. You know, usually there's some range. There's an area to define, hey, this is where the bounce is going to be at. These are really, really tight. Like that flag from 25 after to 36 after is from $16 to $16.50. $16.30, somewhere in there. It's really tight for as much as this has moved. I mean, again, you got to think about the charting and seeing it's gone from around 8 or 9 this morning up to 19. And so it's not building really solid ground for a bounce play. Now, if I had to pick one, I would say at the VWAP in 16.30 to around 16 would be the one, and that's, again, why I brought that up. That's my favorite one. And then now down below that, I really wouldn't mind a bounce back down at 14.20. 14 is where it bounced earlier. You know, 14 would have been nice. That's about it though for now. And then on the way up, of course, this is at all-time highs. There's nothing over that 1920 mark as far as charting is concerned. So watch for a move up to potentially 20, right? Over that, 2250 to 2350 is a target. Over that, 25. Over that, 2750, 2875, then 30, and then the same increments through 30. Do we get there? This just reeks of a slower mover for some reason. Now, the float on alms is 10 mil as well. Now, we've seen 10 million float plays go Banana Joe's, but I don't know. This one just doesn't. I don't know. The plays I'm looking at today, just as of right now, don't scream we're going to go crazy. And again, like we've seen, a lot of plays that go too much in pre-market, typically in market, don't go too much more. All right, let's get over to the number 2 top gainer, which is CYCN. CYCN is very choppy, very ugly. Kind of this fish hook, if I can talk, fish hooky kind of play where you can see these little real quick sharp U-shapes. Ava just did that. AZEI is continuing to do that and looking to pop the new high of day. So keep that on watch. But CYCN in level. Let's go over here real quickly and AZI watching for new high of day pop here. All right, so let's go over to CYCN. AZI is looking for that new high of day pop. CYCN, you can see it's very clear, tough resistance, 235. We failed there in this last hour. We failed there super early on in pre-market, pretty much midnight, 1, 2 a.m. And then we have that in after hours, really late yesterday in after hours, late at night. I say later, but later for sure, somewhere right around, depends on where you're at, but around 9, 10 o'clock at night. So that's going to be strong, and I would imagine, as we've done every time, if we fall back down to around 2 here yet again, and maybe even sub 2 to 190, that is your short. So if we fall back down to 2 and we go down to 190, now we may crack 190, which you can see, that's the bottom of the shelf. Under 190, the only thing I see is a lower shadow at 180, and under that, this thing will just probably matriculate back to nothing. But if this gets back to 190 and this pops up, 235 is your short. Now over 235... where can this go to? By the way, there is a ZI new high of day as I alerted. Watch for a move up to 260. Over 260, watch for a move up to 260 to 270. Excuse me. Then we go to around 3 after that for CYCN. Could happen, so keep your eyes on that. What's the number 3 top gainer? It is Drug, but Drug has no volume. I think it's like a reverse split or a acquisition or something. AZI is number 2. Okay, AZI. IMSR. Where is IMSR on this whole bag? I'm going to go with AZI over here real quickly for you guys, as it just hit new high of day at least. Excuse me. All right, over to AZI. I think it is number 3 top gainer, maybe besides IMSR, but since it just hit new high of day, nice little pop and squeeze there. Again, fish hooky, right? This doesn't have, I'm about to go bananas. It goes up about 10, 20, 30 cents, and then it shoots right back on down. So New high of day, just like it's been making, you just barely get over it. The first high of day in pre-market real early on was about 280. The next new high of day was 3. The next new high of day was 310. We just went to 325, right? So if the next new high of day is probably going to be like 340. Well, let's just go try to find it on past chart history here. And what do we see with AZI? Well, nothing really on past chart history there as far as I'm concerned on... We have looked at this play recently. I would say the real next true resistance is right around 410, right over 410, 415, 420. That's the strong resistance. I think it's going to start kicking in right around 385, though. Right around 380, 385, it'll start to kick in, but could get to around the 4 to 420 mark. It's just beautiful past chart history resistance where we failed at. We've looked at it back in about a month ago. We looked at AZI. I thought it sounded familiar. Right around a month ago. It was a little less than that now. It's what was about 3 weeks ago. Since I guess a little bit sooner than that. Essentially the week before Christmas and that Monday before Christmas, it did have a big gap up before it crashed down and really hasn't done much since. Kind of U-shape back on over. It will upside down U-shape, inverse U-shape, and now we're kind of doing now U-shapes back on up. So if it continues this little weird fish hook U-shape over and over and over, watch for a move potentially overall to that 420 mark. All right, next. All right, next here we have... Hold on a sec, see what I see in. Put that over here so don't forget about it. It is cracking back down a little bit more. All right, over to IM... Gee, many crickets. Every morning, it's like you got to get the engine revving over here for my poor voice. Here we go. Awesome. New high of day 2, by the way. Alms and AZI, new high of day. Quick sell-off right there out of nowhere at 19. Quick sell-off right there at 19. All right, over to IMSR. IMSR is in a beautiful tight downtrend right now. My downtrend would be right at the VWAP in 875. Watch for a break of that for a move up to right around 9. Over 9, we moved to 920, and over that to 945 in pre-market high. Over 945 in pre-market high. $960 area would be next. $960 area would be next. Over pre-market high, watch for a pop into around the $960 area to $975. Over that, we move to 10. Over 10 for IMSR. Watch for a pop up to around 1050, and then over that, definitely would be a magnet to 11, and 11 would be a great short for IMSR if and when it does somehow get there. Now on the way back on down, IMSR for support does have an area right around 815, 820, 810 area. That would be your first dip buy opportunity. Then down below that, right around 780. Last one of the bunch is going to be AEVA. Just had another reversal. Has really strong resistance right around 1750 into around 1775. 1750 and around 1775 area. Now, if we do get a spike over that, we do have after hours high yesterday to 1835. We get past 1835, which there's not really a lot of resistance there when it comes to the chart. It's really more around 17.7. It's really more in that 17 area. But over that, watch for a move to 1875, 19. A lot of resistance right around that $19 mark. Over 19, we have resistance at 1975, and really heavy once we approach the 20 mark. So 1975 into 20. On the way down, major support here has been built up in after hours, and yet again in pre-market looks a lot like CYC. And again, that's why these plays remind me of one another. A lot of these plays do anyway. Is right around 16. And if it cracks 16, then we have one little low area in after or pre-market right around 1565. So just like CYCN has a bottom at 190 and like a lower shadow in after hours at 180. Well, this has a bottom at right around 1610 with a pre-market low of around 1565 you have to worry about. And then under that, there's nothing to really hold this play up. Ava. Back burner play is INBS, like we talked about. Holding the 1025 mark, could get a move and maybe even a small pop today. So keep INBS on high watch, especially back over 1160. From there, it moves to 1210. Over 1210, that's where it has a whole dollar shot to move up to, well, almost, but right around yesterday's support that I had there in at lunchtime into power hour before we cracked it right there in power hour before the start of it at 1290. Over 1290, then we can pop up to around 12 or 13, I should say, 75. Over 1375 up to 1465 area. If it cracks 1020, watch for a sell-off down to around 1935. All right, there we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. I'll put this over there for you guys too as well here on the YouTube. Anybody have any questions? All the small cap plays have been broken down there. I'm going to put these alerts over from... No, just putting all this over on the Discord just to break this stuff down. What I'm saying over here, just because I don't know if there is anyone. I just want to start doing what I used to do. I'm trying to get I'm trying to get my live stream down to where it used to be, where I would alert, but then also I'm talking over here at the same time, breaking down levels for you guys. And I still am just not sold on a bounce play here, unfortunately. On the only one I like that I just don't know that it comes down there unless it has a huge sell-off now would be around this again. This kind of, I don't, it's like, does it come in at 1690 here? Does it come in around this area, but then into this area? So there's really not a good, not like chart-wise, there's not been a good chart that's been built up like we've had here. So I'm just waiting like I got yesterday on the bounce play that we had. So it was a money bounce play. So I'm just going to sit back and wait, see if we've had, nothing this morning is saying, oh, this is going to be, which I didn't see that yesterday. I didn't have it form right away. It was looking a little wonky at first yesterday too, but just patience. That's where when I open the, oh yeah, it's just typing away over here. All right, let's go large caps. Boom. Boy, sometimes I have a brain fart and I'm like, what ticker's next? I can always add, like I said, I've said this before. Okay, I'm going to put this out there real quickly. I haven't said this in a while, but if you guys ever want me to add a new stock, and I'm not going to add like a ton. I'm going to add and then I see if I like it and it's worth me alerting, but I'm just letting you guys know if there's ever a ticker you guys want me to add to this list that is a good tradable, moves a lot each day, I'll add a new ticker. That's why I've kind of added BABA and B, just 'cause I've seen a lot of people trade that, and it does move good some days. So I'm like, hey, I don't mind throwing that on the morning alerts. It doesn't take me too long to break them down. So just letting you guys know that. All right, before we do start really flying into this, oh boy. I will say real quickly, ALMS has moved up a lot here in pre-market. So I would imagine a sell-off here at the opening bell. Most likely here, where a lot of retail traders are going to take a lot of profit once the opening bell rings. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a sell-off at the opening bell for ALMS. Now, again, doesn't mean we won't U-shape back around or make some red to green move. But I wouldn't be surprised if we see that. And again, here we go. AZI squeezing a new high of day from that alert I gave you. Now up around 30, 40 cents from that alert for new high of day squeeze. And IMSR is breaking its downtrend, trying to W shape up. All right, here we go. Large caps. All right, so again, like I just talked about, AZI, love that around the 420 mark. So we'll watch AZI right around the 420 mark, possibly for short potential there. So AZI is going to be one of the first ones on watch for a trade. And then I'm going to let ALMS go for now, but ALMS does look like it wants to squeeze and go up for a little bit more here before the opening bell. So ALMS, keep this on watch. It does seem like it wants to pop. Right, here you go, and here we go. Still going up a little bit more. Before we probably see a sell-off there, possibly into the opening bell. All right? So we'll keep those on watch there. Nice, good move so far. All right, let's break down the large caps real quickly. There we got AZI, ALMS, both on those definitely on watch. Definitely ALMS and AZI. SPY, not a nice good spike at the bell yesterday, but still is in a bunch of funk. Overall, when I look at how much movement we've had here so far from the closing bell yesterday. I mean, look at the nice huge bounce play off of 87 in after hours and 87.20 area. And then we go all the way up to about 89.20. And then to come all the way back down this morning, and lows are truly around 86.40. Then we've come all the way back up to 88.20. That's a lot of movement. A lot of more, and that opening, and that's, again, where you can trade 24 hours now. I think that might hurt us long-term trading these large cap tickers, and I hope, and I think we're moving that for small caps too, and I hope we may get to where we don't have a lot of pretty charts. Just kind of talking about that now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, man, maybe that's what's really affected charting in market some days is we have people trading all day long now, and it makes so much movement in after hours and pre-market, especially for these large cap tickers, to where a lot of days are just chop suey. Levels on SPY though, let's get to them. I see some good support honestly, off of the highs from Friday where we're pretty much bouncing at this morning at 86.80. If that cracks, the last bit of support that we're going to hold before we have a sell-off like we had a pop yesterday is going to be around 86.50 and around 86.35. Now, if we crack that area, in my opinion, that area could be a little more expanded, maybe down to 86.30. It's just there's a lot of touches in between this area in the 86s. So if we crack that 86.30, 40 area, I think we have a huge sell-off. And that I'm going to call that my normal low of day. 86.30, 86.20, 86.40. If we crack this, I'm showing it on the live stream right here, kind of pointing out the areas of all the touches through here at the 86s. This is going to have a sell-off, and then you're going to go down to around 85.50. And then on 85.50, watch for a move down to around 84.40. 84.40, ultimate low of day. On the way back on up, strong resistance right there. Pre-market reversal we just had there about 20 minutes ago. 30 minutes, or how long ago was this now? About 45 minutes ago, hour ago. Right at the top of the last hour. Right at 88.20. Over 88.20, watch for move up to 89. I would say maybe watch for a little resistance at 88.50. But over that, watch for move to 89.20 area. 89.20 into yesterday's little that upper shadow, which we barely were over 89 before we were right back on down. Main resistance was at 89, so I'll call it 89 to 89.50. Normal high of day. Ultimate high of day, we move back into the 690s and watch for move up to 690.80 for your ultimate high of day. And there's your spike on alms. There's your last little probably. It's getting a little extended here. I'm telling you, team, this is most likely going to see a little bit of a sell-off there at the bell. Alms, though, you guys, I know some of you came in earlier and got the bounce play down here with this little micro head, but inverse head and shoulder, so shoulder, head, shoulder. And once you get back to the top of the shoulders, that's where you want to start taking some profit, at this 17 mark, in my opinion. And then just let it run from there back into this high of day area right around 19 should have been the next target. And then just what a great mover. Just slow and steady right here. Slow and steady here. Got some decent news this morning about oral plaque, psoriasis, phase 3, right? Whatever that word is, whatever the P word there was. Okay, let's go to Apple. All right, well, just back to Apple here. I'll alert it today. It's finally kind of cracking back below levels, but it's going back on a charting that we've had previously. So I'm going to have to find that under 66. But watch this under 266 today. Now, we are running back into some former charting. And the bottom of that chart's at 264. So that'll be my ultimate low of day. Normal low of day is going to be that 266 mark. So I am going to stick with 266 as my normal low of day. The low... we'll call it 266.15 area, right? Low in after hours. Low in pre-market, low yesterday in market. And then 264 ultimate low. On the way up, resistance comes in. You can see not only at lunch yesterday and power hour yesterday and pre-market and now again in pre-market. 266 or 267.65, I should say. 267.65 area. Into around 267.85 is tough resistance. I'm going to actually, I can't say that tight. I'm going to go one more level up because I can't say that tight for normal high and normal low. Over that, watch for a pop up to the lows from Friday, right around 269. Normal high there, ultimate high of day then goes to 270.25. And then over that to around 270.80. 270.80, I doubt she sees yesterday's high of day, but could get maybe there for ultimate high. AMD, just big sell-off yesterday and then right back on down. Was hoping for a big squeeze there at the bell. Did get that, then it just cracked right back on down. In my opinion, it's super tight today. Could get another good move at the bell. We saw, but that's the thing. It was up, and then down yesterday. It didn't give you the move you got Friday, which I was anticipating and hoping we'd get back-to-back days. Again, just kind of going back to how things have been wonky there, and then you expect one thing that doesn't happen. Back to that first message with SPY and how we get so much more movement in after hours and pre-market. So levels on the day, the key one's going to be under 220.75. Under 220.75 for AMD. Now, again, could be a tight day, so that's going to be like we've had there in recent weeks. That's my normal low of day. Under 220.50 area, 220.50 area. Watch for a move down to around 219.50, to around 219 for your ultimate low of day. No, I can't stay that tight. I can't stay that tight. Ooh, but I feel like that's it in the chart. Okay, you know what? Normal low of day is there. Watch for a crack of 220.50 for the move down to 219 to 219.50. That'll be your normal low. Ultimate low of day then goes back down to right around, probably right around 217.50. Might get a little bit lower than that into around the 217 mark for ultimate low of day. Now for the breakout, we need to get back over 223.65. From there, we move to 225.35. 225.35 to 225, we'll call it 80 area. Normal high of day. Ultimate high of day then goes up to Friday's high at 227. And I'm going to call there your ultimate high of day. Too choppy. B could break out still. B's on watch again. B here, honestly, over Ant B could definitely squeeze on that squeeze mode today. Really tight yesterday, really through this morning. Had a break of the downtrend and resistance right around 105, 30, 40 area, up to 106, and now it fell back over. But it is pre-market volume. So now watch over 106. The only thing now you have to worry about is yesterday's high area, which there's some strong resistance starting at 106.60. And then over that, we go to 107.35. I'm going to call 107.35 normal high of day because we have had a lot of tight, really choppy days. But if we get over that for Ant B, watch for a move up over 107.35. I was going to say easily 110. Yeah, 110 is on high watch. Now, did we get over that? She's been tight. So I'm going to say 110 ultimate high of day. But if she gets over that, watch for a move to 113.50. Possible. On the way down today, major support at 103.30. Under 103.30, watch for move down to 102.25 or 102.35. 102.35 normal low of day. Ultimate low of day goes yesterday's low of 150. What's up, both the other cousin? How you doing? Anyone else out there being wallflowers, just soaking up the levels? Google's pretty gross. Google's still super tight. You know, it's building up. Even it might break out of this wedge today, so I'll have to keep that on watch. So watch this over yesterday's high in 319 area, 319.20. From there, gets us pop up to 320.35. Over 320.35, we go to 321.20. Over that, then we go to 322.20. And then over that to 323. So that's going to be on watch today. If it can get over yesterday's high, it has clearance to really start to run there. And it is building a little bit of an uptrend channel too as well. So we, to me, have a trend line forming from yesterday through this morning. Even if you wanted to go off of like the low from Friday. So we are in this kind of tighter wedge really. So watch your crack of 316. That really will start get the sell off. That will take us down to yesterday's low of day of 315.30. Under 315.30, that's where we get more clearance down to around 313.90. And under that, then for a move down to around 312.85 to around 312.35, somewhere in there. So this isn't a tight wedge. It could be really choppy today. So the main areas to me to watch for would be truly under 315, yesterday's low, and over yesterday's high at around 319, 20, 30. Meta, just absolutely too ugly. Now, it might finally get a squeeze because this is kind of slowly forming another, kind of like a wedge, but you can tell the low and high from yesterday are just so far apart. Just have a lot of resistance once we move over 365 or 665, so 665 to 670 area is so tough. We've seen there below once we crack into the 640s, trying to get back into the 630s is tough. A lot of days here we just race up and then do nothing. Race down, do nothing. I just wouldn't day trade Meta right now. Now, if you do, it has to be for the opening bell move. So watch this over 660 for the pop-up into yesterday's main resistance, which comes in at 663 to 665. Or watch this back under 655 or 656 for the move down to 654.50. Now, under 654.50, do we get, the big sell-off like we got on Friday and continue down into, yesterday's open area? Could happen. So keep those two areas on watch. But it would be an opening bell move because otherwise it just doesn't move that great afterward. Love it. By the way, back to Alms, since that alert for watching for a new squeeze, the new high of day did run up, not only up to then 20.75, that, like I told you, got a 75-cent pop, then ran to 21.70, so about a $1.70 pop from that. Now most likely look for a sell-off coming in soon for Alms. Has been running up for a while today and this morning. Most likely going to start to see some sort of sell-off, and to me the best bounce play is going to be right around 19.15. Old high of day resistance and upper shadow. Then we are filling there right around 1950. So 19 area would be the best, maybe into 1875 roll. So if you're looking to take a bounce play, it may hold up at 1950. To me, I'd be putting orders in around 19 down to around, even down to around 18. 19 to 18 is most likely going to be the demand area on Alms here. And again, we do have an uptrend channel. My trend line is right at around 20. Right at around 20. So if that cracks, keep that on watch. We do have that city in Arkansas. And you can tell all other small cap plays are getting the mob now because of it running up that uptrend and really starting to squeeze here. Of course, how much are we up now? We're up right around, Alms is up now, 150 plus percent, 160, whatever it is percent right now. It's up quite a bit so far this morning is ALMS. Beautiful move there. So it's definitely taken the mob away from all the other small cap tickers that have really kind of got standstill here as Alms has hit new high of day. So that definitely leads me to believe we hold this trend line, could squeeze and go for more. We will see a sell-off, though, from Alms, being that it is up so much. Traders will eventually get a little, hey, this is way too high up, and traders will start to really take profit. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the levels. NVDA, stay away. Super tight, trapped in its channel, definitely so. You've got around 190, we'll call it 192.25 up to 193.50. Strong resistance, super strong support coming in right around 186 area into 187. So it's trapped in that channel, would not day trade it. Choppy, choppy, choppy. PLTR, wow, holy tight sauce. Watch this back over 175.85. We talked about this yesterday, over 175.85. The only thing I'd worry about is 176.40. From there, we move up to 177.20. Over 177.20, watch for the move to 178. There's no way we stay this tight back-to-back days, in my opinion, so watch for that move up to 177.30 for your normal high of day. Ultimate high of day goes to 178. Over that, watch for move to 178.75 rule. And then over that, watch for move up somewhere close to 179.50 for your ultimate high of day. On the way down, major supports right at around 173. Remember this, we wanted the short yesterday. Well, under 173, watch for a crack down to 170, 175. So it did give us a short. It just happened really quickly yesterday. 170, 175, normal low of day. Ultimate low of day, watch for a move down to have a line in at 170.75. And then watch for a move down to 169.50. 169.50, ultimate low of day. That is tight. That is tight. All right, over to the Qs here, team. Qs super tight as well, kind of like the SPYs. Very ugly. Does have a downtrend from yesterday through pre-market today. which would be right at about right now. That downtrend would probably be right around 619.45 area, 619.50. Watch for a break of that up to then 620, over 620, which is after hours pre-market high area, right? You see that? Then we moved to yesterday's high of day, which really starts to be strong resistance, 620.50 to 620.80. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day, then watch for a move back up to around 621.60. 621.60 to around 622 ultimate high of day. Now down below we have strong support at 617, 617.10. Watch for a crack of that for a move down to around 619 or 616.50, under 616.50. I almost want to call that normal low of day. I'm going to, just my gut and it's just telling me that. All right, 616.50 normal low of day. Ultimate lows then go to 615.85. Below that, then down to around 614.85. 615 to 614.80, ultimate low of day. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Boy, she's still going. You know, just what a move. All right, over to Tesla right here for the day. Next support I see is old resistance, which should come from after hours, from Sunday into pre-market Monday, 446 area. Now, crack of that, which I like this area better for a bounce play at 443.50. Under 443.50, watch for a move down to 441.50. I'm going to go 441. No, I'm going to go 443.50 normal low of day. Ultimate low of day goes not only A to 441.50, but I'll say I'm going to split the difference between there and the low from Friday, which is 435.30, and go to 438. 438 ultimate low of day. On the way up, and a severe downtrend right now from the start of after hour, or the start of pre-market through the end of after hours, which is right at around the VWAP and the 90 MA, right around 449. If we break that, watch for a move up to 450. Over 450, then we finally get, in my opinion, a multi-size dollar move up to around 442, or 452, my bad, 452.35. 452.50. That's my normal high of day. Ultimate high of day then goes back up to the main shelf of support, almost after hours high. 454, we'll call it the 454.50. Ultimate high of day. What the trade at the bell, I really just don't have anything that looked real sexy today in my opinion. Now maybe Apple back under 266 because we are close to that does reek of a possibility there. Really, there's nothing else that says, hey, go trade me here at the bell. Now Meta, again, like we talked about, does a lot of the time get that good pop at the bell or drop. B is not bad over 107.35, but it's got to get over 107.35, right? We got to wait for that for the 3-minute candlestick confirmation. PLTR is not bad. You know, it's really tight. Looks like it wants to get that squeeze over 176, but then we really start to run into resistance still at 176.50, and then again at 177.30. So just nothing that yells at me, go trade this at the opening bell for large caps. Again, sit back and wait for channels to get formed, double tops, bounce plays. You know, that's what you're looking for. Using the Thanos crossover with the MACD and the 90 MA, you know, that sort of thing has been what works a lot better than trying to get that opening bell move. Now for small caps at the bell, I think you can tell here, Alms has the move. There it is, all the way up now to new high of day of 22.35, holding that trend line. Now a $2.30 spike from me saying watch for a spike here into the opening bell. There will definitely be a sell-off, and I feel that trend line is going to be the key contributor too if that stock does sell off. I really do like that $19 area 100% now for a dip buy, and what I'll be looking for, at least for a play for me as of now. Other plays to look at for sure is going to be AZI and that move up to 4 to 420 for a short and reversal. Those will be the two plays I'm looking for out of the gate for a play. Other than that, don't forget IMSR. If this does start to move up over 950, we do have some sexy resistance at 11 to 1120. All right. You guys have any questions for me? Any questions? Anything you guys want to go over at all? Let me know. I am going to take a quick little break off the mic here into the opening bell because I'm not looking to trade anything. I am going to go over here, though, right now as we speak and go over to Alms on Trade the Pool. And I'm going to put limit orders in for a bounce play for Alms. So right now, putting in orders at 1907. Putting in an order in at 1887. I'm going to put an order in at 18, a little farther, Josh. 1877. So I'm going to surround that order, or this area right through here, with orders. I'm even put some a little bit lower as well. I'll see what happens when this play opens up as we go live here. I'm going to go grab my hat, get ready for some banger action here. It's going to be fun today. Going to be fun. Be right back in just a minute, team. Opening bell in just a moment. What level is Josh? Ross, right here. So, like I just said, I was just telling you as I was putting them in, Molly. 1907, 1887, 1877, all the way down through to 1837. So I'm surrounding all that area with orders essentially from 19 to 1830. 19 to 1830. See if we get a pullback. Old high of day resistance off this upper shadow where we failed here as well. So this area down to this area. This is where we're looking to get filled. This little juncture right through here. She may squeeze and go for more, you know, and then then that area is fucked. And then this area becomes the bounce area, like 2035, somewhere in there. All right, let me go grab my hat. I'll be right back. Let me go grab my hat. Pretty my face up, you know, put some makeup on. Got to get my lipstick on. Come on, yeah, sell off. Get a little sell off here. Give me a sell-off. Don't halt down, though. I don't want this play to start halting. Don't start halting on me. Here we go. I like that. I'm going to have to save that. That's going to be my new little intro right there for you guys. That's going to be my new little intro. All right, so I have my orders in on Trade the Pool. Again, 1837 up to 1907 is where I want to have. There's, like I talked about, the sell-off there at the opening bell from retail traders. It's trying, again, not really holding this uptrend channel. Again, would go to a 3-minute time frame, and you can see now confirming outside of that. Still watching AZI for a potential pop-up. Waiting to see how that moves up, but then I'll start to put orders in. I'll start to put orders in on AZI as we move a little bit more. I like the way Alms is moving here. I honestly almost shorted AZ or Alms here out of the gate. Almost shorted Alms there out of the gate just for the fact of knowing that we'd see a sell-off. So still just waiting for that one here. Still waiting for that play. Sell-off from CYCN. Ava here is kind of trying to pop back on up just a little bit. Not really looking at large cap plays, although Tesla is getting a huge sell-off right now. CYCN's coming down to that 190 key support area. Could have taken candlestick confirmation in the 3-minute time frame here for trend line crack, and that is actually working out key right here. Beautiful trend line crack right there at the 2075 mark. Beautiful trend line crack right there. Getting a little sell-off there at the opening bell, too, from IMSR. Getting some sell-off there from AZI. Or it's not SPY, but gosh, Tesla just completely getting shattered right now at the opening bell. Oh my gosh, Tesla just completely crapping itself. God, Tesla. That was the move of the day so far for large caps. So large caps, that was the move of the day so far. There you go. There, Alms. There is your pullback as alerted there. That sell off at the opening bell. Beautiful sell off there at the opening bell. Now looking for a dip buy. And Tesla was the banger. I've not gone through all the large cap tickers, but wow, Tesla, that's already down, I think, to my ultimate low of day or close to it, somewhere close to it. Big sell off there from Tesla. And that's what I'm saying. You just, some days you don't expect where that ticker and who's going to have it. I just had Tesla up, and it was a nice sell off there. Got the short, couple got CR Trader and King Line did get that short there out of the opening bell. Beautiful. Sitting back, waiting, got my orders in like we do normally most days here. So just sitting back, have my levels already in, had the lines in, just waiting to get filled. Really wish I would have taken that short. That's what I was just thinking. I was like, oh, I should have taken that short. I called it out. We'd see probably a sell-off right when the opening bell rang. You know, even right there on the trend line crack, getting in, you know, and taking it down to that area, knowing that we were probably going to see a sell-off to that area. Oh, God. Beautiful short right there for anyone that did take it right there. I love those moves that you just kind of slowly grind your way up. If you took part of that, beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. It's just these plays that end up being up too high, and I'll start doing it more often. It's just something I don't do. Again, going back to logistics of life. I don't drive this vehicle. I drive this vehicle. I don't. It's just like this. When I see a hot girl, like, you know, back in the day, and I was like, oh, this girl's hot. Look at that ass. I don't go up and just slap her ass. I mean, there may be some drunk guys that do that, obviously, but I just don't do that. I just don't have the audacity to be like, you know, I don't give a fuck. I'm drunk. I'm going to go smack her. No, I don't know. I just don't do that. I don't know. That's the way I was raised, right? It's just, I don't do that. And so when I haven't done it, you know, instead of start doing something that you don't do is, you know, you're putting yourself into, it's like, I sleep when it's cold. You know, I can't be sleeping when it's like 78. Like, you know, even like this morning, I woke up at what time? I don't remember. I was like, it just felt like it was warmer. I was like, did I turn the air down last night before I went to bed? I was like, let me go check. I did. I was just warmer for whatever reason. You know what temperature it was in the house? 62 degrees. Oh, man. 62 degrees. All right, so we're getting the pullback right here. Here comes the pullback. Here comes the pullback for ALMS. ALMS, I'm slowly getting filled there. 1871 is my entry price, 750 shares. ALMS 750 shares. I am in right now. Am in ALMS 750 shares. I still have some orders down there to get filled. I didn't get filled all of them yet. I want to see how this works itself out here. Go back to a 1 minute time frame to see this. See, it starts to soak back on up, and we are. Hey, if you want to start taking some profit right now, it's not a bad idea if you want to. You know, if this soaks back up a little bit higher, actually, you know what? I'm going to right here at 1950 area. So I just took a little bit of profit. I just took a little profit because it's not turning green. We want this candle to turn green, and I'm not liking that. Not liking that. I'm not liking that. This needs to pop up and turn green. Let's turn green right here. Yeah, there we go. It wouldn't be bad if you want to still take a little profit if we start, you know, there we go. All right, you know, I'm going to take 100 more shares here. I'm just going to kind of slowly scale out of this as we work our way back on up. I'm still in 500 shares here. Let's see if we can get back up into the 1950 mark. Let's see if we can get back up a little bit higher. There we go. Now we're talking. Just sold a couple hundred more there. There we go. Now we're talking. We're cooking the rice. The rice is cooking. The rice is cooking. Let's go down to, yeah, there we go. It's going to have some strong resistance back up at this 1970 mark. I'm going to go ahead and I just took 100 more shares. I just took 100 more. Now I'm just down to 100 shares. Down to 100 shares right here. Nice little move there. Nice little move from Alms. Nice little move from Alms. Let's fucking go. Alms. Let's fucking go. Killing this bounce. There we go. All right, I told you. Let's get out. I was out most of my shares right there as we were working our way up to 20. Now, if we get through 20, we can get that squeeze-a-roomy. Come on, give me 20, baby. Come on, spike through 20. Give me 20, 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 give me 20. Come on, spike through 20. Spike through 20. Give it to me, baby. 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 Spike through 20. Come on, everyone sing it. Give it to me, baby. Spike through 20. 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 I'm going to go ahead and take 50 shares right here up top. All right, there we go. Come on, squeeze through. Squeeze through. Squeeze through. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Come on, sing it with me. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I like twinkles. Twinkle. I like some twinkle toes. I like some twinkle toes. And I like some twinkle toes. Bothie, I got it too, but went small. Boom, got in with you, boss, and out gold. T-Web, love it. I'm out to 50 shares here, team. I'm out to 50 shares. If you want to take all your profit already, go ahead. I'm going to hold this for the spike back up. I want to see 2050. I want to see 2050, and I'll be out pretty much everything at that point. Stop loss for me will be back under 1940. 1940 stop loss for me. Oh, man. Glad we got it, T-Web, Bothie. Molly, you get it? I know it says Ross, but when you see Ross, that's actually Molly. Molly, did you get it? Molly, did you get it? You bet. Okay, cool. Cool. I just asked you on the Discord, too, so you'll get it over there. I can't tag you. Oh, again, I can tag you. Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can. Oh, here she comes on down. Here she comes on down. Here she comes on down. All right, let's see if it bounces at 1940. 1940s. Give me the 1940 bounce. Give me the 1940 bounce. Give me the 1940 bounce of Roonies. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about there, you son of a bitch.
Yeah, you fucking better believe me. You know I'm talking my levels. I know how to talk to you. I know who you are. Yeah, you know you go your ass back on up there now. Yeah, you get your sweet ass back on. Oh, fuck, don't be talking that shit to me. Don't talk that shit. All right, I'm out. I was talking too much shit. It's all right. I'm out. We'll take it. Nice. Bam. Good work. Good work, Roonies. I wish I would have gotten filled more there. You know, it just is what it is. Is what it is, what it is. And I thank you. She says, how you treat me so sweet like that. So I got filled 750 shares. Unfortunately, that's it. 750 shares. Oh, man. Average entry was 1771, so that wasn't bad. Or 1771 would have been super awesome. 1871 was my average entry price, and then so I made $500. What was it? 560. 560. Only got filled 750 shares. My best exit 2006. 2006. I got 1999. I was slowly scaling out of that up top there, kind of trimming it with really small shares and keeping a few. Anyway. Oh, we do have IMSR taken back over here. So here I was slowly trimming, but there's my entries right there, so you can see. If I can ever get filled all my orders, I just never get filled. All my shares. Yesterday I got filled half. Today I got filled half. And that's what sucks, you know, when you don't know where that area is truly going to come at. But boy, did we not fucking nail it. We fucking nailed that shit. We nailed it. There's where I start scaling out on the way up there, and I was getting some of these little slow, steady exits right there as I was taking shares and slowly exiting out of that. But nice. I'm going to keep the P&L over here for now. I'll put it back up later to show off the goods. CT Web saying here, boss, I got 100 shares, filled 55. Hey, that's good, easy money right there, though. I mean, tell me that wasn't good, easy. I mean, that's the stuff I'm talking about. And I said, we want this first 3-minute candle to turn green. And when that candle turned green, we were going to be $1 in the money. $1 in the money. It's one of those things where what is this? This is what you want to see in the bounce plays. And this may still hold up and maybe do this kind of wonky W shape and push back up through 20 finally. It may consolidate here for a minute as we do have a little mob shift coming back over to IMSR. This is exactly what we want in our bounce plays. This is where I'm at, where I'm going to stay at for my trades here with you guys on the live stream. This is a little bit earlier than yesterday's trade. They are coming a little earlier. You know, yesterday was around 20 minutes after the opening bell. Today was about 8 minutes after the opening bell. Well, the thing is just trust in your levels, and then once you find that area, we were all over it. You know, everyone pretty much agreed with that too. You know, it seemed like across the board, we find it, we just put the orders in and wait for the orders to get filled. I mean, it's just been happening every day. We've been getting bounce plays. Every day we've been getting beautiful, beautiful bounce plays. Now sit back and wait. Yeah, exactly. Now just kind of sit back and wait for the next, area to where do we want to trade at? The best setup for me, from what I've seen and what I know would work, we know this is working now. I called this out, literally called this out. Did I not call 1910? And I got to put this on the line. I got to put this. Here we go. We got to do this, I guess. Anyway, we'll put this back up. Where's the boom shakalaka bam to bams? We'll put this right here. And go over to this. And I just want my camera, but I didn't pick the camera. I want this. I'm going to zoom out actually a little bit here. Boop. Bop. Beep. And I'll do it this way so I can actually hold it. Hope you got the bounce play with me. Called this out yet again. Where did I say to get the bounce play at? Off of this old upper shadow. Right around that 19, maybe 10 mark, 19, 20 mark. But I was kind of putting my crosshairs right there, which is what, 1910. And look what's still holding as we speak. Didn't get filled my full lot. Only got filled 750 of the 1,500 I wanted. And then I slowly scaled out right up to really top ticked it, because you can see the high there in that candle was 2014. The high in that one candle right here that I'm on was 2014. So the high in that run back up was 2014. I got out at 2006. So some good exits on the way up there. Wish I would have gotten filled more shares, but called it out ahead of time. I hope you guys banked. Easy peasy bounce plays here. Beautiful. Alright, let's see Brosif's the arms. There's Brosif. Almost got in it. There he is. I was wondering if he got in or not. 1810, but only held to 1930. Should. Yeah, guys, and if anything, just scale it out like I do. You saw how many times I scaled out. You know, I did what you guys. I get that impulse right away in the 1920s and 30s. I did too. You know, look. I got that impulse too, you know? So, I was in the trade for 30 seconds. Okay, well, I'm in the trade 30 seconds. I'm already up, you know, the average entry price. I'm up about 60 cents, 55 cents. That's fucking awesome. You know, let's go ahead and shave at least a little bit. So I shaved, you know, out of my 750, what I shaved? 350. And, you know, and look how much I scaled out after that. So I get that antsy and the pantsy. I'm filled, you know, 30 seconds, so I can sell now, right? And then I did it again. I held another 30 or 20 seconds and sold more. Josh, wait for this candle to confirm it. And once it confirms green, well, remember, as soon as it did, you're going to get the pop. And then it did. Now I'm selling a little more. Now I'm really taking some shares out to where I'm only down to like 100 shares. And I can still scale out 100 shares from here on. And then 50, and then 5, and then 10, and then, you know, trying to get, which again, you go back and look. I got out at 2006. There's no lies or ifs, ands about it. You can see I got out at 2006, 1999, 1988. Some of you people may have been born in 1982, 1972. Maybe someone was born in 2006. I don't think anyone's 1920, though. Anyway, I about top ticked that bitch. Bad verbiage, sorry ladies. I'm like a sailor over here. Me and Avery, we'll say F, the B word, the F. We say all the words all the time. We are literally meant for one another. Like, it was so funny the other day we were watching. She turned it on too. It's like our Sunday morning. We just turned it on. Ridiculousness. We'll watch it for like 2 hours or an hour. You know, watch like 3 episodes, maybe 3, 2, 4. Anyway. Because there's so many now. We used to record it. Now there's just like, it's just retarded. That's all MTV is anymore. And I was in the other room getting my laundry, to get stuff for laundry on Sunday. I didn't need to do my laundry on Sunday morning anyway. And I just hear her in the other room, because I have the door open from our bedroom. I can hear her all the way back in our bedroom, like laughing like a toddler, like a schoolgirl. Like, and I love her laugh. It's so cute. Like when she's like generally like laughing her ass off. It's so funny. And it's attractive to me. You know, just stuff like that. Little quirks. It's so cute. I was like, she is so fucking cute. She's out there laughing her ass off. I do that and I'll pause it. And I'm like, God, I wish she would pause it for me though. She does sometimes. She's the worst is when she does. She always has to stop. Josh, look, and it's when I'm doing something like I'm work, and she's like, Josh, you gotta Josh. I'm like, Avery, you gotta see this. Well, it's usually on her phone, like TikTok or Instagram, something. Beautiful spike there from the SPY. Beautiful squeeze there from the SPY. I still have my orders in. I'm going to go cancel these. I forgot about that. Thank gosh. Let me cancel these now. All right, cool. All canceled out. Beautiful trade right there. Absolutely gorgiato manato there. Love it, love it, love it. Love it, love it, love it. Absolutely gorgeous. I'll do this for Thinkorswim, or Trade the Pool, I should say, as well. Hold on, let me add it to my story. Not stories, but... zoom in a little bit more. Right there. That'll be good, I think. Right about there. Oh, can almost get it in there. Yeah, I can. Okay, I can. Cool. All right, cool. I can't get all of it in there, dang it. Oh well. We'll go to about right there. We'll zoom in some more. Okay, cool. Boom. Doc out there meowing. Our cattle like meow at us to like get up. It's so funny. Here we go. go. Boom. All right, yet a day, another dollar, another day, another dollar here. Love this. So old resistance in this upper shadow on alms here, ALMS, and this little juncture area we wanted to get filled for a bounce play down into here. And like somewhere around 1910 to 1875, we're going to see most support coming in through this area off of this upper shadow. And we could even see move down into here. And you can see I had orders all the way down there. I didn't even get filled all my orders. Only got filled 750 shares. But you can see how I slowly scaled out of that. And my entry of the greens and my exits are the reds on the way up there. And about top ticked that on that move up. And it still could squeeze if it's going right now. And it doesn't mean it's done yet. But I am fully out of that trade. And we just sat back and waited. I alerted this in pre-market to all my traders. We're going to sit back and put orders in. I had these orders in literally before the opening bell. Hey, hey, hey. Boom, boom, ba-doom, boom, 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 boom. All right. Go for 21-6 to get better at scaling out. Are you looking for another bounce on alms? No, I mean, not really, to be honest, right now. That's what I was saying was, I would want for them, maybe I didn't get into it. I would love for this to squeeze up, go back up, and then we get out too early. And like even me, which we were in the play for, not too long, to be honest. This would be a long time to still be in the play from that entry price, which would still be fine if you were, But, I'd want this to go up and you're like, we would do the whole like, darn it, But then we know we can come back down here and get another bounce. Like there would be another one there. But that's it for now. We got $1 out of it. I know some of you guys got 50. That's still good. If you got to imagine you're going to play for a minute and you get 50 cents. Like that's awesome. Especially I'm in a play like I was for 3 minutes. We'll call it essentially. And I literally, what was in a play? Yeah, what was I getting out at 20? So by the time I was 3 minutes. Yeah. So when I was getting out, it was at 20, 1999, 1988. That was at 41 after and midway through the 41 minute marker. I got in right at the start of the 38. So I got 3809, 3809, 3820. I was scaling out at 3850 or 3859, essentially at 39 on the dot. So I was in the play for 40 seconds and started scaling out. I think I was in the play for 40 seconds and already up 50, 60 cents. That's great. You're in the play for 3 minutes, you're already up $1.20. I was up $1.30. So from entry price at 70, I had 71 average entry price, right? I got out at 20.06. I got $1.30, out of it. That's beautiful. I got $1.35 out of the play in 3 minutes. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. All right. So yeah, right now not AE is moving up. Ava, I'll go back here. I'm gonna get this off the board there. And then I've got my trade in for now. Yeah, Ava is moving up. So we'll go over to Ava Shmeva here. I used to call our lab Ava. Her name was Ava, but I called her Shmeva. Ava's like, where did you come up with this? Like, I don't know. I think a lot of it was because I don't know where I came up with Smishy, Smishmoosh, Bella. I always go back to Bella. And that's what I call L, because it's like I feel like she's like 2 other Danes and of course her, so 3 Danes in 1. But after Bella passed, because she was my everything. All of my dogs are, but she was like my thing. I mean, I'm about to start crying anyway. Like my nose is starting to do that thing where you're gonna start crying. Like no, don't do it. Ava, what just became my best friend, and she could tell I was sad after Bella, and she became she was always there, and so I called Bella Smishmoosh. I have no idea why. I forgot where that started. And then I called her like Smishmeva because she became like that. She became like my everything. She was like there every day, all day. Followed me everywhere. Wanted to be with me, lay with me. Wanted me to touch her. Anyway, Smishmava, but that's where that came from. But I'm like, Avery, you know where it came from. I don't know, all my weird nicknames and names that I come up with. Anyway, AEVA here, nice double top look. It just has done it too many times. I know both he's looking at it probably too as well. You as well, Broseph, if you're looking at it. Max. I'm just not a big fan of shorting the tops unless it's truly one of the first times. Like, I would have loved AZI up to 420. I mean, that was, and especially when I see CR Trader say the same thing, because I know he's going to short it up top there. Okay, cool. You know, AZI at 420, we'll do it. 420, we see that match. I bet Kevin Avery would probably short. Well, I don't know. He usually doesn't short first day runners. He does, but you know, not all the time. Spy is really taken off too, by the way. But it's got that look to it, you know, to where it's like, hey, it's got a lot of resistance. I talked about that in the morning alerts to you guys, 1765 into whatever I said, to 1785, whatever I said, that true resistance is really strong. And that's where it's trying to fill at, right? You know, and it's quick reversal back down to 1720. You could have taken profit, but, you know, my point being, I would still be pretty much green on my trade on my bounce play. So I got in here at 38 after. We're talking 20 minutes later. 20 minutes later, and I'm still relatively green. Barely now, but still would be green. And was green the whole entire trade. There was never a question in doubt. And that's where sometimes up top it's this. And it's just like, you better have taken your profit. You better have taken it. Chef Boy says IBIO. Let's go to it real quickly. Sure. IMSR, not really doing much, but we do have IBIO moving. Not that pretty of a chart. Does have this old flat top here that would be bad for a bounce play. I would want this to move up and consolidate a little bit more, you know, and then I have to go back through here and have we had a good bounce today? We did, but it does come in kind of a weird area. I mean, I guess 225 would have been the bounce into 220, so relatively I get it. But right now, this would be your consolidation area for a bounce 245 into 240. I would want this to, you know, go up maybe a little bit higher. Last reversal was what, 25 cents? So, you know, a little bit higher. Like go to 270 and hold up there for like the, and this is what I'm talking about. Go to new highs, consolidate, then see a pullback. So go to new highs, consolidate for 4, 5, 7 more minutes. Got that, Chef Boy, if you're listening? If you are looking for a bounce play on Alms, you want to go to the Palms and you want to have a little fun here in Vegas, the next area on the way down that I like, that I was talking about earlier, would probably be the 6 that I was identifying, trying to find where would it be at. I would say 1660, 1650 area, 1640 area. I forgot time's already flying. I've got to go over to the trade the pool stream. Son of a bitch, man, time fly. I'm sweating. Lately, the time is flying. Like, what day was it? I'm like, we're already, how far was it? Yesterday? Anyway, these days, I'm telling you, are starting to rip by. So I would say that's, yeah, the 1650 to 1640 area. And the IBIO, see, we're at least doing it, you know, and maybe get one more little pop, like kind of like we do here into like the 670 or the 6270s, and but stay consolidating, and then look for a bounce play off this VWAP into 245. Because then you even have like a stop down here to like 230. You can see this little corridor that could be your stop, right here around 230. That would be about your own. That would be it. Now again, if you're looking up top for a short for a high of day run, well, I thought we just lost. Like, didn't we just look at this play? We got 290 here coming up soon. It seems like we'll go back and see if we see anything in more in depth. Yeah. So we got that 290 mark there coming up soon. That will be probably a good short up top. You can verify that with CR Trader, and then 380 as well. You know, of course, you can even try to break this down in a little bit more. Nope, you got to go back further. Let's go back in 21-hour day. Oh, nah, not really nothing. Okay, 320. That's what I was trying to find. Is there something between 290 and 380? And I figured there would be. 220, 230 makes sense too as well. So we got 290, 320, and 380 resistance on the way up for IBIO. Any last questions you guys have before I head over to the stream with Trade the Pool? I'll put the link out there. 3 days in a row now. I can't remember. I don't think I traded last Monday and Tuesday. I can't remember last Monday and Tuesday. I know we did Wednesday because we went out on a banger, which was awesome. You know, not only was I in doing because we were doing the year-end confessional New Year's resolution, right? I was like, hold up. Anyway, how do I word that? We were doing that. And while doing that, then we get filled on a bounce play. Yesterday, another great bounce play. Today, another great bounce play. And then honestly, still, could have been and maybe filled more shares and then right back on up another 50 cents if you wanted to kind of stab at it again. Now, you get a little worried there that this is going to have that fall off to next level down, and I get that. But we identified the area and we're pretty much still holding it because I had orders down to 1437 or 1837. 1837. Now, that wouldn't have gotten filled there, but you get the point. It's what we're waiting for every day. Wait, sit back, find an area, trade it. Right now, IBIO, good alert there. Chef Boy, boom. Now we can sit back and wait for a 260, especially there's your CSE. We're calling it out, walking you through these plays, saying, hey, here's what we need to be looking for. Great view today. A lot of viewers that showed up today. I think a lot more because we're getting bounce plays and traders know we're starting to kill it. Traders are starting to go, oh shit, AK's starting to trade more. Well, it's just the bounce plays. We're not getting the trend line. Now, we should have today, yes, truly, traded this short at the opening bell. So I should be 2 for 2. Not a lot in pre-market I'm liking anymore, unfortunately, just really honestly for the most part. But today could have traded the trend line crack and gotten, and again, literally exactly like what I was wanting. Got in here now, could have got in earlier, true, because we knew the sell-off was coming. Still, terrible entry at worst at 2080, 2050, somewhere in here, 2080, 2050. This thing comes down $1 plus out of that. So you would have gotten $1.50 short. Or again, if you would have sold early, got it good, but you still would have gotten 50 more cents. As soon as we confirmed, we shot straight down, confirmed, boop, right? So, boom, these are your trades. Trendline crack worked out today, and then we get the bounce play. Haven't really, again, trying to stream live and trade like when, back when I did like that Trade Alert Challenge and I'm trading 6 to 7 times a day, I wasn't streaming live Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday mornings. It was just Thursday and Friday mornings. I think maybe that year, maybe I did Wednesday mornings finally. Monday was my day, though. I mean, again, if you remember in 2023 into 2024, I didn't lose I forgot what Monday it was in August of 2024. Or 2023. It's like the first Monday, the second Monday. I didn't lose again on Monday until mid-March of 2024. It was mayhem. All right, live stream over to TTP. Let's get that link up right now. Boom. Bam. Bam. TTP live stream. Oh, here comes, see, this is what I was talking about, that coil over. Would have gotten another micro bounce there, not bad, but again, the best bounce play, in my opinion, is going to be coming down right around the 1650 area. Not a lot of mob movement from anywhere else. We do have Ava here, but it's choppier with a little bit of a spread. You can go check out the level 2 right there. You can tell right now 5, 8 cents, 10 cents. I could tell you, I would not be surprised if it does get a little bigger. There's 13-cent spread. So not surprised there. Be careful trading Ava. Not a big fan of it, honestly, in just the chart. If you're looking for a bounce play there, I would just go back down to this area. We talked about this in CYC, and CYC and sell the same thing today. And actually, these plays worked out to a T. Well, we didn't quite get down to 190, but there was it, down to 195, and this came back up to 220. And then if you go over to Ava, it was to me the same kind of chart where we had this bottom here right around 16, and then there was that pullback at the opening bell into this area for the dip buy. I know it did go a little. It was a very quick wick, but that was it. And that would still be me for you guys if you're looking for a trade. I would be coming down to 1575, 1520, somewhere in this area and looking for a dip buy. Other than that, we know it's the short up top. You just have to wait it out. Now it's truly giving you a good exit price here. And again, I alerted that in the morning alerts. 1760 to 1780 area, somewhere into there. Very strong resistance. Now starting to get a little bit of that pullback. That's it for now. We do have, what was the I play? IMSR, I think that was what it was. We're going to get rid of CYCN. IMSR, there we go. Still got that one on watch. So here are the plays to watch for Alms, Ava, we got IBIO, IMSR, AZI, all on watch for me into the next 2 hours. All right. Broseph, Chef Boy, Bothy. Look at app. Okay, let me look at app real quick. I missed that. Sorry, I missed that, boss. Missed that. Sorry, too. I missed that, too, Chef Boy, but we got to it to begin with. App. Look at it. Okay, we're looking at a big sell-off today. It doesn't make these huge-ass moves. I've noticed app before, you know, but it's a lot from what we're getting from large caps. One huge move, nothing. Big move, nothing. Big move, back up, nothing. You know, big move, choppy, nothing, right? You're just big move, nothing. Huge move, nothing, you know? And so this probably bottoms out looking like it's about to now. Who's that asked that? Is that JTW? Is that J-Web? I just don't think it does anything in the rest of the day. I don't like large caps when they do that, you know, a lot of the time. When they do huge moves at the bell, then they just kind of then sit here and then chop around for the rest of the day. I mean, nice good sell-off for sure. But this play ends up now, we'll just probably start, eventually this thing will bottom out. Once this bottoms out, and we start to chop around a little bit. All right. I got some profit on the top for a little bit. We got cool. MNTS, thank you, bro. So working its way. Okay, cool. What's MNTS doing? I'll take a look at it real quickly before we're out of here. MNTS. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Little nice little slow and steady move there. All right, cool. That was that's right. This was yesterday's bounce play. Yeah, this was yesterday's bounce play. That's right. That we got yesterday. I think you guys got that. A lot of you, anyway, got that one with me as well. I'll go to MNTS over here as of now, just to maintain that little slow grind on up. I will put Ava on watch over here. So now I'm nice and packed. I've got IMSR, Ava, Tesla, AZI, IBIO, SPY, MNTS, and ALMS on watch. So those are my 8 tickers I have on watch. And ALMS still working here. I mean, still working at this area that we identified. It's fucking beautiful. I mean, it just does. They don't want to give up. I really thought this was about to sell off right there when this candle turned red on the way down. This one opened red for half a second. I thought this candle was about to see another good pull. This is starting to move a little bit more like a 10 million float, kind of that schmedium where it's had some volume and showing the low float-ish where it's close to 10. It's kind of close to 10, you know, or close to low float at 10 mil. And it's also close to more of a medium float, and that's kind of showing you that. And what it does most days anyway, and that's the main thing you want to look at here, and just go back to the last 15 days, it doesn't move much, guys. You know, and you got to think about that, like your normal day and what you're doing. Even days you get spikes, you know, like look at this. When you get spikes, the range for that day is 340. Range for this day is 2. Range for this day is 3. Range for this day is 3 on the dot. You know, 3 and 304 respectively. So here's finally a big day. There's you a big day right there. Range 287 though. It looks big, but it's only 287 for the range. So it just isn't a big mover, and I suspect and expect that to become and be the case here for ALMS as we move forward. Now again, here it comes back on around. That area is working out so perfectly. And now again, I get a little worried stabbing at it, you know, when the first bounce doesn't work that well. Now again, like I said, if it worked really well and we went to 21, 22, then I'm like, guys, we're going to get another one probably back down there. You know, it worked out a little bit, and now it's finally working. But you get my point. You know, it's not like what we saw earlier, and so that's what I expected. Oh, dang it, Tesla bounces off the line I had put in, but nature called and I missed it. Oh, man. Well, you got to get one of those special shitters, you know, where you're just in the bathroom with your trading setup around you. Oh, man. All right, team, I'll be back here. Again, going to join the guys over at Trade the Pool. So if you have any questions, let me know. I'm going to join the guys here now over at Trade the Pool. So if you have any questions, go over there. I have the link out there for you guys. All right, there we go. I'm just pulling up this shit real quickly. All right, team. Going over to Trade the Pool. See you guys back here. As soon as I'm done there, like always, within 10, 15 minutes, I'd jump on the mic and update you guys with what I'm looking at. Why, yada, yada, yada. So right now, the only thing I really would say, and good call for my BIO, would be watching for a bounce play around 240, 245 area, possibly, right? Or if you want to go back down to 220, 225. Right now, sit back and wait on ALMS. And like we talked about earlier, to me, the best area is going to be right around 1650s or so. A little bit above it, a little bit below it. See you guys back here. Glad we got the good trade in today. Be back here in just a bit. are back, or I am back, I guess I could say. Quick little recap here. Quick recap. I do have orders still on MNTS. I'm going to cancel them, though. I do like MNTS at this area. I did really earlier. And you can still take a trade there, 920 to 9. I like this area, 920 to 9. I have my orders in right now. The lowest one's at 9 on the dot. The highest one's at 927. So highest one right here at 927, right off that upper shadow. And then my lowest one's right there, consolidation at 9. So you want to take that trade. I'm just going to want to take a break here off the mic. I do like that level still, honestly, for a dip buy for MNTS. So if you are interested, that's where we got a dip buy yesterday off of MNTS. So if you do want to take that trade, that's the one trade I do like. Of course, Alms is dead out to the right. We do have Sid U still moving as well. Sid U finally consolidating 465 support. It does have the downtrend resistance. We are moving out to the right more so probably from AZI. And probably going to stop doing this little U-shaped new high, U-shaped new high, U-shaped new high. And get to what we're doing here with Sid U and start to consolidate a little bit more out to the right. Big move today from Tesla to the downside. I know that was brought up on the live stream there on TTP at the very end from Sterling and Giovanni. So good, huge, dumpy day there from Tesla. Ava had great bounce plays. So let's go to a couple of these other plays too as well. Because you can't leave out Ava. So Ava here, we talked about this earlier on the live stream. Hold on a sec here real quickly. Boom. There we go. Sorry, I meant to. Got all the live streams pulled up here. I've got like all kinds of tabs. Okay. Beautiful bounces here. I talked about this for you guys earlier at 1650. Look at the bounce play now, or 1550. Beautiful bounce play down at this area that I talked about getting a bounce play. That's still moving on up. And the other play that's moving on up is IMSR that you cannot also discount. We talked about this earlier on the live stream with you guys where the support area was at. They had two main areas for support. One here at 850 and the other one here at 820. Well, it comes down and bounces where? Right there at the 820 mark again. So we got another bounce off of this area. Again, and moving back on up. So bounce plays, bounce plays, bounce plays, bounce plays, bounce plays is where it's at. Good bounce plays. All right. Get rid of Sid U. I don't need to watch all those tickers. Okay. AMD with a good day today as well. AMD with a good day today as well. So AMD, good move on the way down. I like this play too for large caps. I'm going to keep this one on watch. Tesla and AMD, really nice, good moves today. Anything else moving good here? B, not bad. Not bad from B. Kind of bear flagging up. Could get a little bit more leg down there from Bloom Energy. App, like I talked about earlier, Jay Webb brought this up. Did get one more bear flag down. Now she really is out to the right, not doing much. Meta's ugly. NVDA ugly. PLTR not bad. It's okay. It's staircasing its way back on up. Just yesterday, a couple days ago, it was a Friday hitting the 160s. Yesterday was a little bit of that range bound. Not surprised, and we're finally getting that break today. I talked about this over 176 for the long, and we got a good long out of the bell. Now again, like I talked about out of the bell, you're going to have some 177.30 resistance, and I was almost all over that until it did climb up for a little bit. Not bad. Not bad. My favorite plays, though, would be Tesla and AMD would be the better movers in the large cap sector for sure. What's up, Fred? PLTR moving nicely also. Yeah, PLTR's not bad. PLTR's not bad. And PLTR's not bad. That play was crazy from earlier. Seeing if it was doing anything. It is not. It is not. SPY getting it, and again, like I talked about with the Qs earlier, with you guys trading the Qs or looking at the Qs over on the TTP stream, I would not be surprised if we made our way back up to high of day. Same thing with the SPY. SPY would not be surprised if it made its way back up. What's up, Fred? How you doing, brother? Good morning. Seems like you've been all over PLTR here over the past couple of months or a month or so. It seems like that's kind of been your baby. And PLTR, look how easy this is to trade today. I mean, so I'd say breakout of 176, 175.85. Look at these bounce plays. Look at this off of that level. So A, you could have taken the breakout. B, you could have then taken the bounce back off of that area. One bounce, $3. Two bounce, $2.50. $5 to $6 in bounce plays from this today off that level that I gave. Money. It's easy money. All right. Fred, yep. Nice. Izzy, hey. Just got to sit back and wait for your levels to build and then trade your levels. All right, I'm taking the break. Traded PLTR twice this short. There you go. I'm taking a break. Been yapping it up for the past 5 hours now. 4 or 5 hours, however long it's been. 4 hours, right? Yeah, 4 hours, 4.5, 3.5, whatever. I guess 4.5. Well, since 8 would be 3, so 4 is... so 4, right at 4. Right around 4. Right around 4 hours. Whew, talked out to say the least. I'm going to take a quick little break, like I said. I'll be back on the mic here. I'll put that out there for you. We'll be back on the mic around 2 or 1:30 Eastern for a lunch briefing. Good job, though, Fred. I'm taking the break off the mic. Top stocks to watch. Here's my alert over on the Discord. IMSR Ava still on watch. All right, my man. Fred, anyone else out there? Any Wallflowers have any questions? Again, Qs and Spies going to retest high of day, in my opinion, most likely happening. Sid U is channeling out to the right. As you can see here, we just have this 465 support, right around 485 resistance. MNTS got the M shape up top. It's now dying off with volume. Does have some support at 920 into 9 below. And then we have AZI just rolling up its uptrend channel. Okay. So Walmart to go just got an email. Now we have to start showing them. I guess they've been having, I don't know, I'm sure some issues with Walmart to go, because you can just go out and say, yeah, I'm picking up an order for Joe Bob. Like, long as you knew the name, right? But now we have to show them a barcode. So we actually have to physically give them a barcode to scan. It's like, what? All right, I'm going to take the break. I'll be back here in just a few, team. Lost boys, lost girls. Again, Green Day's all ahead. Green Day's behind us. Green Day's in front of us. Love it. Absolutely love it. Be back here in just a bit, team. I'll throw some jams on for us. up? How we doing? How we doing? How we doing? We back, man. I like that. That's nice. That makes it easy for you, me, I, those, and I. Let's see. Can I go to like that, and then can I save that to stocks 2022? That was like stocks I used to be able to play. That was like my stocks list. Wow. That started with my. Oh my God! And listen, wow. That kind of that hurts. Then we have stocks, which is private. These are like mixes back in the day, non-copyright mixes. Yeah, right. I'd play that, and they'd still get me hit. I guess I can just go to my liked videos of anything, and I'll just keep going back to that. That does. I like that though. Anyway, all right. So really, only other plays here moving forward. Or I say only other plays. Hold on a sec. This is like the worst timing. I have to sneeze. Am I gonna sneeze? I can probably fight it off. I don't like fighting it off. I like getting the sneeze out. All right. So we have back to the plays that we have looking at. Same plays as earlier. AZI working up the uptrend channel. This was that consolidation I was talking about. Didn't last as long as I thought it would. It lasted about an hour. I was riding all over it that it would last in the same area that I said it would last into. Then we got that one last push up, and I think she's about done. Same with Sid U. SPY looks like it could continue to go. MNTS, they talk about taking the bounce play with you guys. I would not have been filled, but I was all over it with the bounce play. 520. So I may have been filled because it was 250 share lots instead of 500 share lots this time around, since it was going to be my second trade. I was only going to look to get filled. I think I had 5 orders then, though, if I'm not mistaken, at the $9.27 down to $9 on the dot. So I called that perfectly. It just didn't quite, and that's what's happened with a lot of my dip buys. They're not fully getting down into our area a lot of the time, which is still okay. We're still getting some good profit. It's slowing down just a little bit here. Other plays that have taken back on off that are up today, at least the only other one in my opinion, would be AVA, so AVEA. This play is U-shaped, kind of back up on around here, little cup and handle-ish, little inverse head and shoulders as well, if you kind of hidden in there. Big nice play there overall for AEVA. I am going to do, like I did yesterday, I want to break down MNTS, or that was yesterday. I'm going to break down ALMS here in just a second, so I can start recording these trades that we're taking. It's hard for me to think about, hey, let's press record now as I'm going, when I'm going live earlier in the day with you guys to get these in for Trade the Pool, because they want me to start recording a lot of this stuff. Man, ALMS just never recovered. Did get that one last bear flag crack on down. Held that 1650 area for quite a while, and then finally it cracked it. Let's go back to this. Margot, who stopped all that licking over there, you pretty little girl, you. Get my chart set up over here. I'll break this down. Ooh, new SPY, new high of day. SPY, new high of day rolling. I wish you could hear Emilio, our youngest dog that we have. Emilio! Guys, stop barking. What they're barking at. But he has like a raspy, he has like a high pitch thing too that he can do, like a lot of smaller dogs. But he has like this, I can't even get there. It can't sound like a dog, obviously. Some people can. But it's like this raspy, it sounds like he smoked cigarettes his whole previous life. It's such a raspy, rough bark for a Chihuahua. When you hear it, you wouldn't think that's coming out of a Chihuahua. It sounds, and if anything, like almost like an old Chihuahua. Like, when a little dog gets old and it kind of sounds like more rough and like they have been smoking their whole like life as a dog. He's only one. He sounds like that. It's so cute. I don't know what he was barking at. I'll break down the play in just a second. Anything you guys want to go over, let me know right now. Anything you guys want to go over, let me know right now. I'll go over levels as far as AZI here in just a minute. this up here. Boom, bam. Got Sid-U back. Which one was I missing? Sid-U. Sid-U. All right, cool. We are good here. We are good here. Let's break this down. Put this over here. Sorry, just getting this set up for the record team. You're like, what is Josh doing? And just getting this set up so I can get the record looking all pretty. Boom. All right, cool. All right, let's get it. Let's get it, and record this. Boom. That's perfect. All right. Any questions you guys have? I'll be around here for the next 10 minutes. 5-10 minutes here, breaking down. First off, we'll go over levels. And first off, I'm going to record this quick lesson again, what I'm looking for, so they have back-to-back of these, and they can somehow figure out how they want to edit them. All right, here we go. Let's go right 3. All right, Josh Smith here, AK47 with Trade the Pool, back with another mini lesson about what I'm looking for in my trades, right? And of course, going back to, we just had one with MNTS previously. Now you're going to see the same sort of setup with ALMS. No, of course, they both have M and S in the name. They have nothing to do with one another. It's all about the chart for me. Building the chart, waiting for something to set up, and having the patience for that. And why am I even recording? Because I don't even have the right screen on to record. I think it's this one. No, it's this one. Yeah, there we go. Cool. All right, ready? 3, 2, let's do this again. Hey, it's Josh Smith, AK47, back here with Trade the Pool. Another trade, another dollar. Let's talk about this. And it's just like a previous bounce play that we had with MNTS. Just waiting for a chart to build up and having the patience to wait for that chart that I like to build. Now, at first, this play starts screaming up, falls off, and I'm pretty much calling this play dead in the water. Where's it going to bounce at? Where's it going to wait for that bounce to happen? Let those traders come in, so to speak, those lab rats, as I call them, to come in and start building the beautiful staircase on the way up. And now I know we've got a very bullish play, especially as we're really, going over the VWAP and continue to squeeze and push well over the VWAP with, flag over flag over flag. And I'm trying to establish an old resistance area that then becomes new support. And so in my opinion, I first like this area, but I missed this bounce play as it came up and came right back on down, right exactly to what I'd want, right? You can see resistance, 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 resistance. A lot of touches in one area. That old supply then becomes demand, right? That old area that was once resistance that traders were selling are now buying. And so I waited and found the next one. And as this, right before the opening bell came, I said, well, I like this area, and we'll probably see a quick bounce there after a quick sell-off. And we did. But I want more of an elongated bounce, that when I get into a trade, I know it's going to last for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. And so I found this area right here, right? So I see this top floor and say, well, I could come in here at 1970, but I really like touches, right? So old resistance. And a lot of the time too, when you find this crazy upper shadow that dumps all the way down, and you're talking about a $5 or so reversal, when you eclipse this and engulf it and push back above it, and especially after seeing that fail at it right there, I know that's where a lot of traders are going to come in to want to buy. Starting into here, into where that body engulfs of that candle about right there. And so that's why I have a line in here and a line in there, waiting for a dip buy. So I put orders in ahead of time before the opening bell, just saying, team, we're going to wait. We've got the VWAP. That's a huge area and a huge line, a huge indicator of support that traders use across the board for the most part in the small cap sector. So I had that there as a little bit of help as well. Getting filled in an average of about 1971 or 1871. Didn't get filled all my orders. I did have orders a little bit lower as well. They just didn't get filled. Quick wick down. We're immediately moving back up, and you can see I'm immediately selling in this next candle here as we're now moving back on up. Beautiful move, and actually kind of top ticking that on its last move up, and truly seeing in the last high that it would see. That was the last time it saw the 20s, and I got out there at 20.06 as I'm slowly scaling out. So again, this is all about waiting for the chart to build. I didn't like it at first. I didn't know where the good bounce play would be at. And it starts finally moving on up, and then I start establishing where bounce plays could be. I'm missing plays in pre-market. They're not really coming back down to areas that I like truly at all. I finally find one that I feel I can get filled at. Old resistance, high of day, upper shadow wick. This wick is huge. When we engulf and squeeze the new highs well over it, you just wait for traders to come back down to this old supply zone. It's now a demand area. Demands means what? It means it's going to hold up for support because traders want to go long. And you can even see how long that held up. And my orders, I could have held that trade relatively, if you think about it, for about 45 minutes or so, maybe almost even close to an hour after entry before it finally cracks back on down. Having patience, waiting for the trades to come to you, and these bounce plays, finding old supply zones that become new demand zones. All right, let's talk about that. Did this in the previous lesson about getting another trade in with this right here, ALMS. Supply and demand, figuring out where the traders are at. And where a lot of the time we talk about, which the term I don't like, where traders are stuck. So finding and identifying supply and demand zones. So when we find a huge wick, as we do here, and a massive reversal, there are traders, as we use the word stuck, somewhere in this vicinity of this bull flag, and truly even some in the wick. So when we get back to these areas, that's why you're going to see sell-offs, because traders are finally break even. And those retail traders, us degens as we call ourselves, and I've been there before. Oh, now we're back to break even. Get out, go get out. Oh, wow, what a trade. Oh, never going to do that again. And then they go on to do it 20, 30, 40, 100, who knows how many more times. I did that a few times until I stopped and learned my lesson. And realizing where the supply and demand was. So once supply, resistance, and we see that even again here almost to the dot, we now know as traders, or should know, that is going to be a great demand zone if we can push and break above. And we immediately become demand right out of the gate. And so when I see fail, we come back up and somehow soak back into this engulfing, and I should say engulf it, but we move back into it, right? If we go to a larger time frame, we'd see the engulf. We'd go up and then come back down and engulf that huge red candle back up. Like if we go to an hourly time frame, 30-minute time frame, whatever, right? So when you come back above it and then bounce on it, that is huge right out of the gate. Now I'm identifying, and yes, I want to get a little bit lower time frame. 1 minute lets me see that. I want to zoom in. Now I'll zoom back out to a 3 and a 5 after this and see bigger picture things. But I like to zoom in with a magnifying scope and get really, really, really into it. Like back in the day when you had those, the magnifying glass, and you can go to scope and you can go through different, lenses, and you went to that one that was like 100 times magnification. That's the 1 minute time frame. And it's good to identify supply that becomes immediately demand. And when I see this right here and we race up, I know now that how huge in this reversal was, and the fact that we did it for a second time and even saw another good $1 reversal and a sharp one, that if we can move above it and hold it, that is now demand. It was supply, it's now demand. And that's where a lot of traders are going to be looking to go long. It's a pivot point. And you can tell here, look how we stayed in that area right here for a good portion of the morning until we cracked back on off. And so it's finding those areas so you can find support resistance areas. So you got to believe, and if and when this play ever would push back into these areas, they're going to what? They're going to fail and have a rejection and a reversal back off of them. So find the supply and demand zones. And the main things here out of the gate, whether the stock's a small cap or a large cap, and especially these small cap plays, when you see a wick and we crash, but we somehow engulf back up and we respect it again for a second time, when we push back over and hold, watch for this to be a huge bounce play and a good one. I honestly am surprised that this move didn't go back up further. This had phase 3 positive good news as well this morning. So there will be a lot of the time that these push back up. Now again, that was a dollar move for me, right? I'm getting in 1878 and out at around 20, all in a matter of about 3 minutes or 4 or 5 minutes. Identify the supply, it will become demand, and vice versa. Find areas of demand. So if I flip this chart upside down, right, and this was once a bounce play, and we come back down and we bounce off of it again, but then we crack through and we start going down to the bottom side, right? This is now old support will become what? New resistance. Use it. The supply demand is massive in the small caps. I know I could talk about one more. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I could talk about here. Levels, I guess. Levels and lines. I don't want to do too many because I want them to don't have like over. I'll do that like next week with another play. We'll do that next week with another play. I'll do that with you guys right now. We'll do that with you guys in right now is what we'll do. All right, cool. Bam. All right, so moving forward for the rest of the morning, or now afternoon, as we're moving into the afternoon, I'll be back here, of course, for some commentary for Power Hour. Right now, Ava just in this double, now again, still reversing at the same area, right? We see this in 1835, so we know essentially right around 1765, 1780 areas where the resistance starts and moves into the $18 area. This one's still on watch for the rest of the morning. I keep saying morning, rest of the day. As we do move forward here, and you can see just that resistance area. And what I'll do is this, and then boom. And there's your resistance and chart on Ava. MNTS here has got this nice, good downtrend. Crazy wicks too as well. Wherever you want to put your downtrend, I'm not really I don't really care too much. I would probably do this if I had to put a downtrend line in. Right about right there. So you can have it tighter, into the bodies of the candles, but somewhere right about there. There would be your downtrend on MNTS. Now back up over $10. Watch for a spike up to around 1035 into this 1055 area. Great bounce play as well earlier. Again, I would have maybe have gotten filled, but one lot of 250 shares. Talked about going long there on the TTP stream. It just really never came down to our area today. Great alert though. Found the area again. We're just waiting for bounce plays. Other plays, IMSR still on watch. SIDU still on watch. But everything's slowing down. I mean, you got to think about the range over the last half hour on AZI. Yeah, if I can talk right now. AZI 4 to 420. It's just 4 to 420, 4 to 420, right? This was a bigger reversal finally coming in here at the 18 mark down, right? Not a lot of big movement going on. So I'm going to take a little break off the mic. We'll come back and do levels with you guys in the afternoon. I'll break down like ALMS, ALMS, and chart it and how you would look at it early in the morning and moving forward just to help you guys out with charting. I'll do that in Power Hour. But I'll take another little break off the mic. Any questions you guys have? Anything at all? Any questions? Any questions? Just making sure you guys need anything. I'll get some jams back on up. I'll see you guys back here in Power Hour, okay? Back in just a bit.
Over. I don't know how long that maple leaf might last there. I think Trump might change that maple leaf or something.
Again, we
I
had
think
that
Quebec
one.
will exit first.
It might.
Oh,
It
they've been
might be its
talking
own
about
little
that
country.
since I was a kid. They've been squawking about that. Like the
All
same
right,
as
guys.
China invading Taiwan, man.
Oh yeah.
I've
That,
heard.
that's also, it's
Yeah, I've
around
heard
the
that.
corner.
I remember like you start that when you're a baby. It's like, oh yeah, it's gonna happen one day. Just wait. Just
All
wait.
right, guys, let's take a look at some news that came out of CES. We don't got to go through all of it, but we can talk a little bit about it. Of course, a lot of it on NVIDIA and AMD conversation.
Do it right. So I don't think there's just like there's not one chip maker. We don't just need NVIDIA. We need NVIDIA and Microsoft. You're never just going to. What do you think, Jane? Are we marching to all-time highs now? Is that what's happening?
I am a full-on bull. All the parameters that I have set up, I check the inverse indicators. I do not see any big money getting into those as of just yet for UVXY, VXX, UVIX, SPXS, SQQ, SRTY, and
Trigger us out for a stop. Yeah, had a nice little pop-up here.
XR. You've got the entry that was the low of the day, right?
Yeah,
'Cause
well, the
it-
entry, yeah, right.
It's like not.
One, take care. On.
They're going to do the same thing. It's like they're not the only EV company.
Jane.
Thank you, Mitch. Thank you. How's your new year been, Mike? I look like I'm a little dark here, huh?
First, let's bring on. The truth is, Michael, we doing in a little bit here, but yeah, great to have you on. Great to have you a part of the team, and excited to talk a little bit more about stocks, different styles.
Utah or something.
Trump might come over and take.
I don't know if you saw that start.
More about stocks, different styles. Like, bring her in. Airplane Jane, what's going on? How we doing?
Happy New Year to you guys. Oh, loving this
Happy New
market.
Year.
Loving this market. And excited to be here with you guys. I look like I'm a little dark here, huh?
No worries. We'll be adjusting a little bit here. But yeah, great to have you on. Great to have you a part of the team, and excited to talk a little bit more about stocks, different styles. Like always, guys, that's what we try to do, is bring you guys different styles, right? Because at the end of the day, it's all about trying to learn from different traders' strengths, weaknesses,
afternoon with you guys. And I would say really your main couple of plays here just to keep your eye on for the rest of the day would be, of course, we have the downtrend break in. It's holding. You can tell there would be right here on going back to MNTS here. Not up a lot. We're only talking about up 14, 13% on the day. Ava's up a decent amount, up 38%. It's got a pretty decent, whoa. How are we not on auto here? Autopilot there, I guess because I was trying to zoom. That's right. That's why I zoomed out to like show you yesterday's chart. And we're failing at that. So if you zoom back out, you can see 1837 there. And I'll go ahead and add a line in for you guys. Right there. Of where that true resistance is at from after hours from yesterday. Working our way up this uptrend channel right now. If we had to mark a line down below of support, some sort of horizontal support on AVA, you're trying to build one, and actually right now at 1790, but you're good enough just to know that the trend line's there as well, right? Because that's where the trend line's at. Underneath that, watch for a pullback down to 1730 into 1720 area. You can see this area should see some sort of support, heading into the power hour, even if we see some sort of sell-off somewhere right around through there. And those would be the main horizontal lines you'd want to work with as of right now. Knowing that AVA, if it gets over 1735, trying to find out where that goes. Back to this area. 1850 to 1870 is going to be some resistance. Usually makes sense there. So we'll just put this stuff in chat. AVA. Resistance over, what's that, 1830 moves to around 1850s. Come on, dog. Cat must have to take a shit or a piss. He's meowing. He's like, Dad, let me out of the office. Why am I still in here? I'm like, well, the door's been open for the past however long yet. Oh, TikTok, doc. So we got 1850 resistance, maybe 850, a tad higher. Has potential, we'll say this. Has, if I can type, potential to move to 20s if it holds. Where's that area we just talked about having the line in at? What, 1720s. Put over this in the Discord too. It's 72 degrees out. 72. Real feels like 75 because it's just been sunny as can be all day long. We're gonna go enjoy and get some sun. We're gonna walk the dogs, take it out. We'd love to get to the park is just so far away, and it's like, what dogs do we take? And we feel bad leaving some dogs behind. That's another one. We can't wait till we have the land, because then we can just have the land to walk them on. It'll be so. And then that road that we live on is so long and pretty. Just so many paths we'll be able to take. Here, there's paths, but it's neighborhood. Just not nearly as fun, honestly, walking through a neighborhood versus out on land or out on the point being, like we used to go to the Arkansas River, has nature trails and stuff. It's so pretty. Has what we call a mountain. It's called Pinnacle Mountain. Has one of the biggest trees in Arkansas there. They're like huge down by the Arkansas River. I mean, you're talking. You feel like you're like it's like the sequoias or whatever those huge ones are out in California that are just massive, round. I just real quickly, I want to just to see how big, just so you guys can, because it's been a while since we took that picture. Let's go back. I know in time where this is at. Okay, let's go back to 2020. Bree came to visit when that was one of the times we went out there. We went out there many a times. I know there was one time we took pictures. That was when Avery's. Let's go. Where's that? Alright, so pretty big size. Pretty good size. There's like a little more zoomed out. The one with Bree and Avery is more zoomed out. And there's one with me a little bit closer to it. So here's her and her girlfriend right here. Look, check that out. I mean, look how, that's pretty big, right? That's pretty big. There's Rue and Ava. There's Mish Mava I was talking about earlier. Not as big as probably the ones obviously out, but they're massive. And that's not the Arkansas River. That's like one of those little, whatever you would want to call it. The little tributary, whatever. The little streams essentially that come off the river. And there it is a little bit closer up. But there's a lot of those out there. That was just one of the bigger ones. And I was like, let's take pictures. Oh, look at Rue. Rue's sneezing in the picture. Like a cartoon character. Yeah, that was fun. Fun. All right, bet. La da 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 da. All right, let's go to the next play here. Whoa, there she goes in the break of 10. Where is it? All right, so let's go over MNTS next. We'll go to MNTS. We have we talked about this earlier actually. 1040 to 10 for 10. We'll call it 1040 at a 1060 resistance. 1040. If I can type. 1040 to 1060 resistance area. Over that, watch for a move. Two. If you guys already know, have you already looked? Have you done your math yet? Wow, right there. Okay, so 11. Yeah, 11. Okay, 11. So 11, there's recent move to 11. Over 11, we'll call it 11 to 1120. 11 to 1120. 11 to 1120. There we go. Let's see here. Go MNTS main support is the all day long trend line from pre-market to bell. For after hours pop. Main support below is at 965 area. Okay. All right, there we go. All right. Spy looking for that $700 charge finally. This on the live stream for weeks with the higher lows it's been making on those big PBs. Could see it Friday, but not by next week. All right. So SPY here again, like I've been talking about for a while now, and I'll kind of zoom back out for you guys so you can see this as well. What I was talking about here, I will put this on the bigger chart, just a little bit bigger time frame for you guys. Oh, check it out. This is just easy stuff. Fred, we talked about this earlier. Fred Austin Trader still around. Old resistance becoming new support. Old resistance, new support, right? And we even saw this in pre-market. This old resistance area fail at 176, fell at 176, new support. So right here, I'll go in and put another line in right now for you guys. Just kind of coming in to put lines in. Look how gorgeous that worked out today. And then if we crack this here, look, this older resistance could become new support at 177.80, right? So keep that in mind when you're trading and when you're charting. And you guys need to go back over and chart. I'm telling you, this is what you should be doing all day, every day. Going back through and then realizing things like typically when you have a trend line like this on a play that it's just this overextended on that kind of a very high angle, so to speak. That's a very overextended angle. A lot of the time when you have that high of a trend line well above the VWAP, especially in a large cap ticker, majority of the time when it's that late in the day, it's not going to reverse. Now, maybe earlier in the day and it's a really overextended trend line. Yeah, we've seen those crazy red to green moves in the first hour or two of the day. Later portion of the day, they become bullish and stay that way. It sounded like one of the dogs were snoring. I didn't know. Anyway, man, if you want to put another line up top, you can. You can put one at 180 if you wanted to. Now back over to the SPY here as we move back over to what I was just talking on, this higher low pattern. 4-hour time frame is what I'd be showing you here. Of course, you can just see this higher low pattern along the way. Now this is that case where I thought, okay, we're I say done, but we're going to see a pullback now. We're maybe going to come back down to 600, 590, somewhere in this area. Maybe at most. I know you're like, whoa, that's a big pullback. Just get my point. I mean, we probably could have gotten hung up somewhere in this area, which we got based on the top of it. You could see this older resistance then became great support. I thought this time around, kind of making a little bit of head and shoulders there, shoulder, head, shoulder, as we were coming back on down. I was like, oh, this is looking like we're going to pull back finally. You know, this will be a chance for the some of these other large cap tickers to. And then also maybe too, we start moving a little bit more free. You know, we've still a little, in my opinion, this last half of the year has been really ugly charting a lot of the days. Well, we've just been chopped around in all these channels. We can't figure out which way we're going to go, right? We're just really too inconsistent. You can come back in, Doc. You go take your poop. So anyway, higher lows along the way, and this was the last one that really made me think, okay, we're either going down or up, and really more so down, if not more at the time. Well, when it came back up and we reversed so hard, and you can see here, this is a 4-hour time frame. So you're talking about on, what is this, the 23rd, right around Thanksgiving, you're talking a couple of days here. Within a week, you go from 51, but you're right back up like nothing happened. You know, you just go back to small cap tickers when they have an offering. I forgot was the one yesterday or whenever it was that came out with an offering, and it went down, but it came right back on up like nothing ever happened. That let me know, you know, but we're definitely going to see 700 before we see 650. I've talked about that on, I think on one of the last weekly previews. I need to go back and find that because I'm pretty sure that was on one of the weekly previews that I talked about, if I'm not mistaken, which has been a couple of weeks now. It's been a few weeks since I've done one of those on a Sunday. But in my opinion, I was like, we're going to see 700, and it may have been even in one of the morning alerts. But in my opinion, we are seeing 700 before we see 650 again. And at that point, I don't know if we ever see 650 again, unless it's a massive pullback, which I'm gaming all about, you know. And so right now, you know, you're looking at SPY, if I'm not mistaken here. This is so this is at all-time high, you know. SPY here, all-time high, right? This is all-time high, right? This is all-time high, right? I think this is, if I'm not mistaken, even in after hours or pre-mar or whatever. All right. SPY is at all-time high. So SPY at all-time high right now, team. SPY at all-time high. SPY at all-time high. Big move. Big move from the SPY. Not a huge move like we were getting $5, $10 days, but this is definitely one of the bigger days from the SPY right now, for sure.
You know, I look for us to continue on up to those targets. 40.
Oh, look who it is. They have her on. I just joined real quickly. I need to get a hold of her, but there's Tammy Marshall, the Fibonacci princess. That's who exactly I want to try to get on. Is this
665,
right here,
4741, and 4769.
Then we got Gov popping in too.
Oh, awesome.
I trimmed
There he is.
I trimmed both of the open door positions here. $7 calls are almost in the money.
Let's go. Joe, I'm just gonna hide you, but I'm keeping you here.
Happy New Year, Gov.
Hey, Happy New Year, guys. Hope everybody's doing well.
What's up, Gov?
Happy New Year, Gov.
Hey, Happy New Year. Good.
Getting the year started.
Yeah.
Markets all-time highs. Not
Yeah,
quite the Qs, but
it was really interesting.
And I was on this show, what was it, week before last. Not last week, but the week before last. And I'll hopefully be on it again soon. Definitely had some good times with those people. Which I was on there with Jordan. He's pretty much the guy that runs it for the most part. So that's cool. All right, SPY all-time high, though. SPY all-time high. Nice, good move up right there for the SPY here on the day. So definitely going to see some support coming back down around the 91, 90, 70 mark, somewhere in there. I don't think that we get lower probably than this week. We might, but I bet somewhere around this 89, 88, 75 rule. It depends on what we do today and how we close here in the final hour. SPY really has that shot to squeeze and go to new all-time high, even more so, and then really say, hey, I wouldn't think that we get back under this high from yesterday, 88, 75 rule area. You know, we've got a lot of support, which will be an old resistance, which will be support with a lot of highs through there. Definitely good move today. Good move, good move, good move. 2 plays to watch for the trend line. Ava and MNTS. Any last questions? Anyone that's out there, Wallflowers, anybody, anything you want, you got it. Great trade for me today. I'll put this back on the board for you guys so you can see all my orders and field entries there. I know it's kind of bigger, and I'll do this right here like I did the other day, so you can kind of see most of it. Get the majority of what you need to see on there, which is entries, time, exit. Well, I guess I could make the time a little bit bigger, but I don't think that matters too much for you guys. Just a lot of what you can see. I'll make it a little bigger so you can see the time. There we go. I don't know, the ticker there. And then we'll do this here. Boom. Boom. There you go. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. There you go. For after hours, I haven't done AZI yet, right? I have not done AZI yet. So AZI, if you want to go back through here and put levels in, add a drawing, we're finally doing old resistance, new support. We finally found that floor. I talked about this on the live stream earlier on TTP. I called it out yet again on another ticker. Again, just watching as many of these I've had, which is a lot. I wish I knew how many tickers I'd watched over the years. Hundreds. And then how many times I've seen that same ticker, how many times I've seen it, right? So you're talking thousands of days and watching of these tickers. And it's just this 1 level, 2 level, 3 level, 4. Well, once we did to 5, and I'm like, we don't have much more left in the tank. And there was one last leg up, but it did not last long, and it soaked right back down to where I said it would, which I called out on the live stream to you guys. I did say watch for move down, maybe down to 340, but I knew somewhere in here would be a bottom, and that we would chop around, and boom. And this is just what happens. You can't continue to do this over and over. It just isn't going to happen, team. When we play video games and you start balling out, you know, and even I've done this when I've played them long enough to where you put it on the hardest level and you're still just do it like it's like when I played, especially like college football, they never make that game hard enough. I put it on Heisman and I still end up, by the time I played enough, I'm recruiting all the, I mean, you might as well, and you have to go play then for fun. If you're really good at it, you'll go play at like some like Jacksonville State, you go there and try to make them a badass team, because you're, even at Arkansas, you know, which of course, you know, you go to Oregons of the Ohio States and the Alabamas, which I never did those guys. I would always be Arkansas. I may have did Oregon once because of how many jerseys they have, because all the Nike, you know, connection. But you within 3-4 years, you have the best players of best players, you know, after you're recruiting. And especially at that point, you're throwing for like 8 touchdowns a game. It's 4 a game, 5 a game. I stopped playing it. Like last year, I was killing it so much, and I was like, oh, this is my last. The guy's last name was Money or something like that. Badass running back. I mean, 99s across the board, essentially. Just sick. I mean, for the most part. But yeah, and I went back because I get this now, like on my remember on the day, and it was like some years I'd throw for like 7,000 yards and like 80 touchdowns or 100 touchdowns, and I'm like, this is on Heisman. This is on the hardest mode. It's just that repetition of doing it over and over, right? Because you've done it so much. That's exactly what this is. You just do it so much. You've seen it so many times. You know exactly what the game is programmed to do, like video games, and what that guy's going to do in defense, blah, 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 blah. Now, this is not playing another person. Now, playing another person in human is way different than playing the computer. Playing the computer, it's all algorithmic. And again, that's what you're trying to do here, is identify the areas, you know, what you've seen over and over and over. I had that line in. If you want to have another line in, like right here, I'm okay with that, you know, being that we've been in that channel long enough. I wouldn't want to add any more lines in other than maybe one right here, but I would wait to see if it came down to 340 and bounced, you know, off of this resistance area from earlier. We've got the pure identified ones in for sure, where the bouncy, where we see a lot of touches, right? This would be the lines you'd want to keep in for AZI. And I'll put that last alert in, AZI. 3-6 support into WAP key as we head into the final. Head into the closing bell. Still on watch until tomorrow. In my opinion, unless Type hard. All right, cool. So a lot of these plays, like I said, which one will be the best, I don't know, but I figure a lot of these plays will be on Watch Into tomorrow, to be completely honest. I don't know how they wouldn't be. So there are your levels. All your lines are in. If you want to put a line in up top at like 1040 or something for MNTS, 1040 into 1050, something like that. I get it. I got it. The trend line is what's going to be so key for Ava here. It's right on the trend line. Not quite there for MNTS, but it really could be if you want to adapt the trend line and move it a little bit more so and really make sure you connect with earlier, and then you kind of get it a little tighter. And that maybe is a little bit better of a trend line right there. So it's really close to the trend line. I would keep the down trend line in as well, just to see if we actually would respect it later on. We'll go back to a 5-minute time frame to really show you, kind of where that downtrend would be at a little bit more so. Joe, what's up, Mr. Patterson? Do you have a personal layout for trade ideas? I don't have trade ideas. All I have is Thinkorswim. If you mean this, Thinkorswim. I do for Thinkorswim, yes. So if you want this, I can share it with you. But I don't have trade ideas anymore. I haven't used trade ideas in a long time, just because, I was an affiliate and it was free, and then afterward they're like, because I didn't make a lot of sales, and anyway, we're sorry we can't have it on the affiliate program anymore. I'm like, oh well. And they offered me like some 20% one-time code. I'm like, oh, you gotta be kidding me. I'm done. I never really used them. All I use is, I have decks. If you need decks, if you do have trade ideas, I do still have it, I think, saved on the computer. If you do have trade ideas, yeah, I still have trade ideas. I can't log in, but I'm pretty sure I can share like my old personal layout and such. And there's that coming up and saying, oh, come on. Okay, cool. Yeah, you're broken. Okay, gotcha. Okay, cool. There we go. Boom. Load layout. Say, let's see here. Share. How do you share it though? Load from cloud. I guess I can just copy and paste it. Oh, I guess if I can't log in, it's probably not saved. I didn't think about that, because I'd have to log in. Load layout. No, yeah, here we go. Yeah, so where's it at? Regardless, I know I have an old email from Deck. So if you do need trade ideas, Josh, if you need trade ideas like layout, like the one that Deck has, or something similar to that, it's real simple. It has Hive Day Momentum, right? It has Breakout. It has Halt Scanner. It's got the good. It's got all you really need. But I do have the link if you need that to share. So yeah, I still have that. It's in an email that he sent me forever ago, because I saved all that. I say saved it. It's just in my, I think it's called Penny Stocks. You have all your different folders in Google Mail. So yeah. Tell you what though, I was looking really. This guy right here. I really want to get a car so bad now. I love Voltron. I love my X5M competition. Oh man, but this was on sale nearby. Carbon fiber roof with the carbon fiber all over the place. Oh man, that orange too. I didn't think until I saw it. I was like, it's just one of those things that always just pops up and comes across the board. That it just, oh man, with the strut there, that carbon fiber. Oh. Ooh, has the sexy steering wheel too. Now this is the 2018. This isn't a newer one, but these are still, a lot of people love these. This series right before the buck tooth grill, whatever they call it, with the big new kidney grills. With this grill right here, but the carbon fiber roof though. Ooh, super sexy, super sexy. Want to get a car. I like the M3s though too. The M4s are sexy. I love the carbon fiber. I love those wheels. Those wheels are so fucking, oh man. Oh me, oh my. Any last questions you guys have before I head out for the morning or the day? Hey, is that a yeah right collaboration? It's just it's a yeah right. It kind of looks like it. But no, it's just, over it's at a Mitsubishi dealership. It's used. It's a one-time owner. It's got like 40,000 miles on it. But yeah, I want to get a car. But that's the thing, I don't want to get a fourth car. Or fourth vehicle. It ain't happening. So I would have to trade Voltron in. But Voltron was like my dream SUV ride. Really my dream ride for a while. Like if I had to put in, hey, if you could get one that was reasonable. Like I said, after 2014, drove it was a 2011 X5. before they make the competition or even the competition badging, because that was a competition, the one I just showed you, but that was before they put the competition badging on it. I think they started the competition packages somewhere in the mid to early 2000 teens. But that one I just showed you was an M4 competition. You just back then would add the competition package, and that's where it comes all the carbon fiber stuff and lighter shit and better exhaust. And anyway, but I drove a 2011 X5M, and man, it was back before they did that multicolor interior, that I have. So again, if you haven't seen, oh my gosh, just absolutely sexy interior now with the multicolor that they do. They used to just do all one color, and so. It smelled. It was a 25,000. This was in 2014. Even back then, 2014, I wasn't like, oh, like here's my interior now, which I've shown off. I'm sure if you follow me, like this interior now is just, oh man. I mean, it's always been sexy, but that is just absolutely gorgeous. Anywho, so it was all white interior back then, which is nice, or ivory, whatever you call it. Now it's a little bit more grayish color. I'm glad they did that, because that ivory would just, I know, get dirty over time. Probably, people that weren't really good, it would get dirty unless you were a clean freak. And so that's why I think they darkened it, regardless. And it had like 25,000 miles on it. Still smelled brand new. And of course, he put it on the M mode back then. He pressed the buttons, and I'll just never forget driving that and handling how I was just like, mouth was dropped, because I'm a bigger guy. I like cars, but getting down, especially for Broseph, 6'3", 200 pounds. I mean, getting into a car that's that's why I don't like Corvettes. They're low. All of them are all low to the ground, but I just don't like the way, and it's hard to see in vets. I'm just not a big vet guy. I don't like the way they look really either. But Porsche, same thing. Although when I got into that GT4 RS that I test drove, you felt low, but not like weird. I don't know, the vet I just didn't like at all. But regardless, you're just low to the ground, and they're hard to get in and out of. It's not like it's not as easy if you're 5'8", 5'9", 5'10", 5'7", 5'6", especially. You can make that a daily. It'd be easy to get in and out of, But any of the ones like the 911 Turbo I drove, to the GT4S I drove. I've driven a few Ferraris. M4 competition, I drove that down in Miami for the seminar that Deck had, the last real seminar he had in 2022, the big one he had. And man, yeah, just getting in and out of them, it's like, it's a little bit of a task, because then I don't want to put fingerprints on it. So you're like, where do you grab? Because Jeeps have that oh shit handle, and I wish the cars would have one of those little handles that I could hold on to and not have to put, so I'm always thinking about that. Anywho, the carbon fiber would help having the carbon fiber roof, because you wouldn't see the fingerprints as much as you would on paint at all. I don't think really. So, but yeah, I want to go M3, M4. Or the Porsche, but Porsche just cost so much. I can easily get into an M3, M4, 500 horsepower stock. Oh man, especially if I get one, want to get a newer one that has all-wheel drive. Those had rear-wheel drive, but are still badass. And then you can just tune the shit out of them. But yeah, I don't want a fourth vehicle, and that means I'd have to get rid of Voltron. Point being, Voltron, the X5M, and it's a competition. Driving that is so much fun. The V8, how it handles, 650 horsepower, almost 600 pounds of torque. The PSI on that, it gets up to almost 25 pounds, which is nuts stock, 25 PSI stock. Crazy what that thing can do, and how nice and luxurious it is. So, it would be hard to part with it, so I'm, let's see here. I'm just trying to figure out how to find all the plays with momentum. Let's see here. Oh, gotcha, Josh. Yeah, well, I'm just being here, Josh, which you are now, I know, with at least for a month or however long it is you got me. The other thing to do here is it's on Stock Rocks. You want it for free, bro? Here it is. This is it. This would be great. It's Stock Rocks. I'll copy here. I'll copy this. Anyway, this is what I use. And look at all the scanners there that they have. And so you can use this. I use them every single day. It's free. I don't know why you wouldn't use it, I had quite a few vets. Oh, yeah, it's fun to drive, but yeah, they're a real pain in the ass. Oh, God, yeah, for sure. I didn't realize you're 6'3". Yeah, I know a lot of people don't think that. I'm 6'3". I wish I could get one of the Great Danes. I don't want to get them all excited, but get a Great Dane to stand on my, but yeah, I'm 6'3". 6'3". I weigh about $190 now. I'm more leaned out. We've talked about the working out stuff, which I'm, definitely have taken, doing that more so and more seriously, I guess I should say, was what I was wanting to say, taking it more seriously. But yeah, yep, 6'3". So point being, having a 5,500, 6,000 pound vehicle, that is, like I was putting my stories last night. If you would have told me, because back then, like the 360 or the 430, it became Spider, the Ferrari, or the Spider, or the Lambo Gallardo, whatever the Lambo was in 2004, 3 or 2. Not their super ultimate ones, but their normal mid-class Ferrari. Your 250, 300,000 come with the whatever, or Porsche. The 911 turbos. That the fact that I have a SUV that has A, more horsepower, but then B, could keep up with and most likely beat, and definitely beat a lot of those, because the 0 to 60 in a lot of those Ferraris and Lambos were like 4 flat, 4.2, 4.3, 3.9. This thing runs a 3.6, 3.7 0 to 60. So you got to imagine if you go back in time and you have an SUV that thing's stock. It's not like tuned or anything. Well, it's kind of tuned, I guess. They BMW tuned, but it's stock. This is how it came from the factory. It's just mind blowing what they're doing with vehicles these days. But yeah, I've been wanting to get a car. I have that car fever now, 100%. It's really biting me, even to where, no lie, seeing that M4 comp in that orange, because I want something, me in colors. I'm sure you guys know me. I like that purple, the Jeep, whatever. That orange and the carbon fiber, because there was a black one too for sale that's right in the same area. But the black, and I love black on black, but you can't really see the carbon fiber in the hood. It just doesn't really pop. That's why the colors I want, like there was a blue one too. I forgot what the blue color was, but it was like a hyper blue, almost like this, the color of the lighter blue. See the 3 here and the 4. See the numbers, the lighter, the inside blue. It was like there was an M4 or M3. It was an M3 competition, and that color with the carbon fiber roof, and the carbon fiber. Oh man. Let's see. Got a there we go. Resto rod, nice. So what about a V10? Oh yeah, I like RH. Yeah, Audis are good. Yeah, you can crazy. Yeah, you can tune the hell out of it, because of course it's based on that Lambo system. I'm just a BMW guy. I'm a BMW Porsche guy. I don't know. I'm a BMW Porsche guy. And anything 0 to 60 is good, but those Lambos and Audis can be tuned to have, it seems like, faster 0 to 60s than most BMWs, obviously. Even the Turbo S, right, Porsche. But the thing about the BMWs and the Porsches, they beat them on the track. You're not going to find, obviously Porsche's king. I know Vet finally, but I'm like, do you realize you got to have double the horsepower Corvette to beat a Porsche? Porsche's out there with like 550 horsepower. Like, yeah, what's up, 1,000 horsepower? You got double the horsepower, and you beat me around this long ass track by like a second or two. That's it. So imagine when they come out with a new GT3R or GT2 RS. When the new Porsche drops that, when they drop the new GT. Anyway, if Porsche wanted to, they would laugh at Corvette and Chevy. Anywho, but they're track vehicles. Audi and Lambos are 0 to 60. Lambos especially, I'm not a Lambo guy. They reek of, and I said this before, they're cool and they're tight. I would only get a Lambo if I won the lotto, if I had lotto money. Of course I'd get a Lambo. The way they sound, whew, the way they look, so exotic. Get like a bright colored one. Because I've talked about this. Even when I just went yesterday, whenever I went last to go pick up my groceries at Walmart to go. They're always young kids, right? That take out the groceries. Hey, for Smith, whatever. Every time it doesn't fail when it's. I knew when I saw him walking up and the way he was looking at it, and he was walking away looking at it, and then I kind of rev up the engine, and he's walking back up the ramp talking. And I could tell, almost like reading his lips, like that thing's fucking. I can tell. He said something along the lines like that thing's fast or something. I almost want to roll down the window. I'm like, hey, I definitely want to do this later in life when I have those crazy like the ones, even that. Because like that was my dream ride, the X5M comp. Well, X5M, but then now a comp. But like, hey, what time you get off? Not creepy, but you want to go for a ride? Like, I want to, like, be that person, or if have my car parked and I come out and they're like, people are taking pictures of it or they're whatever. I'm like, hey, you want to go for a ride? You want to get in and sit in it? The Audis are dope. Have you ever seen Pantera's old or new? I have not. Oh, those are kind of cool looking. Yeah, those are pretty cool. It kind of looks like a Ferrari Testarossa. You know, it looks like almost like the old Ferrari Testarossa in a way, a little bit. Yeah, I've got my dream set on my cars. You know, they're X5M competition. If I don't have it, I want an M3 comp or an M4 comp. I'd love a Porsche. They're just higher levels. GT4 RS, GT3 RS, 911 Turbo S. Those are my Ferrari, but then that's next level because they cost so much more. And I might have to get a used one. But point being, Ferrari F8. You know, man, there's a few. Then there's so many because the Audis make good cars. But I was like, but I have my list of if I have the money. Oh man, because I'll show you this real quickly before I head out. And the Avery's probably like, I thought you were gonna take like 15-20 minutes. Let's go to a like video. I think it's in my like videos here. Let's go to it here. Where is it at? Oh, I've liked so many Trade the Pool streams recently. Dang it. Let's see here. We'll do this. I know I can go to history and search my history, but this I would love a Ferrari F8. Now this is just the lineage of the 430s, right? It used to be a 360, right? And then it was the 430. Here we go. But here's the new one. By the time I get one, is it F10 maybe they're doing that?
This is special. So let's do a special little launch control. Yo. Ja, because it's a Spider. The Novitec F8 Spider, pushing the air over there. This part over here becoming one of my favorites as well, and I say that about a couple of things, but triangular, cheesecake-sized carbon fiber over there. Get a nice massive fiber spoiler, or in my opinion, see what that looks like. I love the black and white version. Don't forget the carbon fiber tailpipe tips. All right. Happy camper. Check this out. This is it, 114.7. I think it is a very decent.
Yeah, they're dope. Definitely, I would love those. But yeah, it's just too many. They make too many anymore. They make way too many sweet cars anymore. Oh man. Let's see here. This is the P72. I think they go for like 10. Oh my gosh. Jesus criminy. Oh man, let's see here. All eyes on EMAT. We got EMAT here. So we are moving up the trend line. It's moving sideways. What we're going to do, sideways mover AZI. We're going to put this right here, and then we're going to put EMAT here. Oh, yeah. Boop. Bop. Beep. Boop. Beep. Boop. Oh, new IPO for the day. Okay, wow. EMAT. Careful. I would not touch. Do you have an EMAT as an IPO? It seems. Let's see here. We'll just go to FinViz real quickly, and I'll go over to EMAT. The only thing I'm seeing is today. I have nothing but today on EMAT. We'll go to just even like Google EMAT ticker stock. Okay, got you. Cool. There we go. EMAT, thank you. It looks like losing ChatGPT with Detmar Star just said. So, yeah. So it looks like it was a name change of some sort, but it is regardless not showing. It's not going to show a lot of charting to a lot of different tickers, or a lot of different chart. I don't see, as in there's not going to be a lot of charts out there that have it. Is my point. So I doubt you're going to have a lot of charting back, behind you. So for a lot of people. So if you don't have a lot of charting for people behind you, well, you get my point. There's probably not going to be a lot of people then looking at where's support, where's resistance. They won't really know. They honestly will not know. I don't know, man. I can't see it. I can't see it either. All right, we're going to do this watch list. Levels above for most. But we'll have open, SIDU, IMSR, EMAT, AVA, AZI, MNTS, all on watch. Jesus criminy. Could be a fun after hours. Boom. Any last questions you guys have? Any last questions you guys have? Any last questions? Any questions? Any questions? Broseph, thank you for joining. Josh, hopefully that helped you out earlier with the scanners. I just used Trade the Pool. I just use Stock Rocks there on YouTube for free. I mean, every morning that's where I'm going over to, so I can use trade ideas, see what the top stocks are up. I don't care about plays that are breaking out like EMAT. It's just not what I trade. I wait and sit back like we saw earlier on my trade. Hopefully you join Josh this morning and the ALMS. I know Broseph got some of it. He got definitely 50, 60 cents out of it. I got a little over $1.30 out of it. I just sit back and wait for my entries, after I see a play that's moving. I'm not really worried about trying to be the first of the party. Ask anyone. I'm all about being the last. I say, as long as it's the party, I like that late entrance, baby. Like, where's Josh at? Where's AK at? I never in a rush is my point. Even like Avery, like right now, she's like, let's get to work at that. We got all day. We got plenty of sunshine. All right, all good, my man. Yes, Broseph. Well, got a good bounce play. Looking for one tomorrow. Got ALMS bounce play alerted in pre-market where to get the play and bounce at. Reset, I should say, orders to be filled and were for a great bounce. Looking for another tomorrow. All right. All right, be back in a bit. I'll be back in after hours to check where the scanners are. And again, just use that link up above there for Stock Rocks.
Option.
I will put some jams back on for you guys here as we head into after hours. And I'll be back here in about an hour or two to check if we do have any sort of play to be had, if there's anything moving in after hours other than what we already alerted. Back in a bit, fam. Otherwise, I'll see you back tomorrow morning for another great day. Wednesday, hump day, baby. Come on up. Have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled day. Lost boys, lost girls. Bang-a-rang.
Bye.